Mr. Cousins, Miss Crawford, Miss Daly, Miss Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Miss Hamilton, Miss Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, yeah. Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright, Mr. Golding, Mr. Warmington, Mrs. Williams. Yeah.
Once again, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome all persons present to this sitting, both members in Parliament and anybody sitting, joining us in the gallery to this sitting today, Tuesday, the 22nd of November, 2022. I also want to extend a special welcome to those who are joining us online via the various social media platforms. Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, it is intended to have a statement, in fact, two statements by the Minister of Health and Wellness at a later point in the agenda. I would therefore respectfully ask, Madam Speaker, that we proceed with the agenda as stated, and then we seek a recommittal at a later point today. May it please the Madam Speaker.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: the Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamation, Rules and Regulations, number 145, Volume 145, number 266A, dated Tuesday, November 13, 2022. Proclamation number 14 of 2022. A proclamation of public state of emergency declared by the Governor General. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamation, Rules and Regulations, Volume 145, number 269, dated Tuesday, November 15, 2022, entitled The Emergency Powers, Parishes of Clarendon and St. James, and Specified Areas in the Parish of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2022. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamation, Rules and Regulations, Volume 145, number 266A, dated Tuesday, November 15, 2022, Proclamation number 15 of 2022. The Jamaica Gazette Supplement, Proclamation, Rules and Regulations, Volume 145, number 270, dated Tuesday, November 15, 2020, entitled The Emergency Powers, Parishes of St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover, Regulations 2022. The Emergency Powers, Parishes of Clarendon and St. Catherine and Specified Areas in the Parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, Continuance Resolution 2022. The Emergency Powers, Parishes of St. James, Westmoreland and Hanover, Continuance Resolution 2022. And the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the year ending March 2023.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 17th day of November 2022, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act was passed in the Senate without amendment. Signed, Thomas Tavares Finson, OJ, CD, KC, JP, President of the Senate.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees. Member Phillips, member from
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023, and the public body's revised estimates of revenues and expenditures for the year ending March 2023.
House Leader. House Leader, we just did the reports from committee. I see members walking in. Do you wish us to go back and recommit or continue?
Madam Speaker, I think that the debate on the motion by the chairman of the PAAC might now proceed in order for us to then have the minister do the appropriate motion for his response to be had. So, Madam Speaker, I think it would be in order for the chairman of the PAC to present the report.
Next item now is notices of motions given orally.
Right.
That's for the chairman of the PAC.
Your time. You don't have the report.
The notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, the chairman of the PAAC has not had the report in hand, so, Madam Speaker, I ask for a recommittal of the item statement by ministers so as to allow the Minister of Health and Wellness to make the two statements I referred to earlier. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question before the House is that we have the recommittal of the item on the agenda, statements by ministers. Those in favor? Those again? The ayes have it. It has been approved. Minister Tufton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have two short statements, as was the case last week. I'll try to be brief. Madam Speaker, I rise to update this Honourable House on a new pilot project that embodies, for us anyway, in public health, an innovation for Jamaica, not necessarily in the world, in public health, which has, for the first time, will be introduced here in the country. I refer, Madam Speaker, to the program dubbed the Animal Assisted Recovery and Care Pilot Project, to be implemented at the Bustamante Hospital for Children starting this year during the Christmas season and will go on for some 18 months. Madam Speaker, the details of the project in terms of objectives is to reduce the anxiety and stress associated with hospitalization, reduce the length of hospitalization, reduce the need for pharmacological interventions, and to improve the social environment for healthcare delivery. Madam Speaker, animal-assisted interventions, or AAIs, are recognized globally as having widespread benefits for both patient and healthcare staff. An AAI is defined by the International Association of Human-Animal Interaction Organizations as a goal-oriented and structured intervention that intentionally includes or incorporates animals in health, education, and human services, which is i.e. social work, for the purpose of therapeutic gains for the humans. Madam Speaker, the WHO, the World Health Organization, states, and I quote, "One Health approach to healthcare delivery recognizes the interconnection between the health of humans and animals and the environment." An important component of this approach involves the concept of zoea, which underscores the multiple benefits of human interaction and bonding with animals for health, such as positive psychosocial development. There is, Madam Speaker and colleagues in this Honourable House, an extensive and ongoing research into the role of AAIs in providing complementary health care for pediatric patients in the United States and elsewhere. The results underscores the pediatric patients who participate in animal-assisted interventions experience a reduction in behavioral and psychological distress, less painful distress, lower levels of depression, shorter recovery time, and improved satisfaction with hospitalization. Further, Madam Speaker, there is overwhelming evidence which show the psychological benefits such as reduction in blood pressure and heart rate, the psychological benefits including the reduction of stress and anxiety, and social benefits such as the enhancement of communication and social intervention when patients are exposed to animal-assisted therapy. These are particularly important, Madam Speaker, in the acute setting when patients and families are dealing with stress and anxiety of illness and injury, as well as the unfamiliar and intimidating environment of a hospital. A hospital can be quite intimidating, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Health Ministry, through its service delivery arm, the regional health authorities, utilizes many pharmacotherapy to alleviate patients' anxiety and other psychological symptoms. However, these interventions do not always effectively manage patients' total biopsychosocial care. Evidence in other jurisdictions outline that animal-assisted recovery and care programs can be utilized to complement these interventions, and the results are normally improvement for the patients. In Jamaica, Madam Speaker, there has never been an animal-assisted recovery program, so this is a first for us in this country, hence the pilot project. So, Madam Speaker, in order to evaluate its effectiveness in the hospital setting and its effectiveness on pediatric patients, this pilot project has been proposed. The project is a patient-centered intervention that will complement healthcare delivery to hospitalized pediatric patients undergoing procedures who are required long-term hospitalization. The facility has been assessed to ensure safe and effective interaction between the patients and the animals. Several animals will be used in the project, Madam Speaker, but today I would like to introduce our brand ambassador for the animal-assisted program, and we call him Dr. Teddy Barks, or Teddy for short. And Madam Speaker, he's right up there in the gallery if our members just cast their head up. This is our ambassador for the animal-assisted recovery program. The person who is holding this beautiful golden retriever is Mr. Joy Brown, curator of the Hope Zoo, who has some 14 years working experience with animal training and behavior, 5 years at the San Diego Zoo, California. He has a Master's of Science at the University of Oklahoma and Bachelor's of Science at the University of Kansas. That is Teddy, and Teddy is going to be our brand ambassador with this pilot project at the Bustamante Hospital for Children. So Teddy is a golden retriever, will be the main therapy animal and has been in training for the past 6 months. Other animals, however, will be included in terms of including birds, rabbits, and kittens, and they will participate, of course, prior to a screening process. They are to come from either the Jamaica Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, JSPCA, the Hope Zoo, or the Montego Bay Animal Haven. And the Hope Zoo, Madam Speaker, will be responsible for Teddy's full care and maintenance under this pilot project. Of note, Madam Speaker, is that a staff sensitization session has been conducted at the hospital on April 28 this year, and the purpose of the session was to provide an overview of the pilot and obtain feedback and recommendations prior to implementation. Madam Speaker, risk mitigation strategies around this pilot will be guided by a policy and procedural guideline document that was developed to outline the contingent actions for the safe implementation of this pilot project. The document was created in collaboration with representatives from diverse disciplines, including epidemiology, veterinary sciences, human medicine, and healthcare administration, and covers several areas, including but not limited to policies and procedure guidelines on patient suitability, infection control, and visitation protocols. Madam Speaker, for pediatric patients to participate in the pilot, they should meet the patient inclusion criteria as detailed in the document, the policy document, and prior to participation, the consent of parents or guardians must be obtained. The policy and procedural guidelines also outlines various procedures that will be utilized to provide for the safety of the animal and patients, visitors, and employees involved in the animal-assisted recovery and care pilot project. Madam Speaker, the hospital, the Bustamante Hospital for Children, has in place established infection prevention and control protocols, and the project will be implemented in keeping with these protocols. In the event that there is increased admission of children, overcrowding, or an outbreak of a communicable disease, we will suspend the program. So all contingencies have been put in place to ensure that the project is implemented safely, both for the animals, the patients, as well as the staff. Madam Speaker, in a 2021 report, the Caribbean Policy Research Institute outlined currently that there is limited data available on the mental health burden faced by children, as well as the overall mental health services for children are inadequate, and there is a need for specialized and consistent mental health services. The introduction of this project at the Bustamante Hospital for Children is an opportunity for further studies to be conducted on the mental health needs of pediatric patients, as the hospital is the only specialist children's hospital in the English-speaking Caribbean, catering to patients, of course, up to 12 years old. Madam Speaker, a reduction in this psychological and self-reporting symptoms of anxiety and depression are among the expected outcomes from the project. In addition to improvement in assisted and independent movement, other expected outcomes include the provision of non-pharmacological method for addressing anxiety, stress, and pain, reduction of anxiety and trauma associated with the hospitalization, so procedures, surgeries, etc., as well as a reduction of loneliness and depression in an unfamiliar setting. And this again has been proven, Madam Speaker, based on research done in other jurisdictions. Of course, this effort will not be without oversight. Finally, Madam Speaker, the Southeast Regional Health Authority, SARA, will oversee the implementation of the project, while a multi-sectorial AAI committee has been convened to provide technical cooperation and support. That committee will monitor and evaluate the project to include animal handler compliance and animal welfare. You know, Madam Speaker, I say to my colleagues here that this is not just a project around therapy, but we're hoping that a spin-off from this will be greater sensitization around humane treatment of animals, which as a society I think is a reflection of our compassion to how society functions, not just one to each other, but to the environment and also, of course, to all other living things. So we do anticipate that this will drive a bigger message beyond the immediate clinical benefits that we expect. The committee includes representatives from the Veterinary Services Division, Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, Jamaica Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, Montego Bay Animal Haven, Hope Zoo, and representatives from SARA and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And I want to pause by thanking all those who have participated in this process to date, Madam Speaker. I observed this process when I visited the US looking at some health systems, and saw that in almost every hospital I visited, there was an animal therapy program. And they used a range of animals. They had ponies, they had dogs, they had birds. And when I checked further, I recognized that this was being mainstreamed. And as a country and a government that is bent on providing the best possible healthcare options, we were not going to allow a program such as this to go without at least introducing it in our population, and hence the pilot project. And a team has been working on this for the past year. The chairman of the Bustamante Hospital for Children, Mr. Kenny Benjamin, who also operates the Hope Zoo, I want to recognize him. The Vet Services Division, headed by Dr. Watson and his team, and of course the Bustamante Hospital for Children, who played a critical role. And I think that this partnership augurs well in offering an alternative, Madam Speaker. Evaluations, Madam Speaker, will be done at 6-month intervals, and a monitoring and evaluation framework has been developed to determine whether the pilot project is successful. If successful, Madam Speaker, Cabinet submission will be made seeking approval of the development of the ARC program in the public health facilities island-wide. Madam Speaker, we look forward to the support of this Honourable House and the people of Jamaica as we undertake this pilot project in the interest of advancing new ideas in public health, linking the entire environment in which we exist with therapy, prevention and cure, and hopefully in that process too promoting the humane treatment of animals as a major companion for us as humans, particularly when we're in times of distress. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, keep quiet. I'd like to thank the Minister for the presentation here. And I'll take off from the last part of his presentation in asking him, or suggesting to him, but I think he has answered, that it is not only for children that this particular program does help, but for the entire cohort of patients in hospitals. And I see where he has indicated that he's going to seek cabinet submission, if it works, for the entire spectrum of health care. This particular program, as has been said by the Minister, is widely accepted worldwide in terms of its effect on both not only the psychological but also the physiological effect in reducing high blood pressure, stress, anxiety, depression, and particularly in children for the loneliness. And this is why, Minister, the concept, as was originally proposed for the Western Children's Hospital, that beds are provided for parents to stay with children during times when they are there, is also part of the process of helping to reduce the loneliness. I think it's a good idea, Minister, and I see where you have your sample, if I may. Ambassador. Okay, sample ambassador up there. The truth is, Minister. The truth is, Minister, it's finally you come. Hold on, man. It's finally time come for you to present something that will boost up back your image right in the public eye. You know. But as I said, it's a good program. There are some concerns, however, Minister. One, well, one of the things that will happen, Madam Speaker, is that with this program, and if there's a greater and a widespread use of it, there's less likelihood, and as the Minister of Tourism knows, because he's from that particular parish, and the Minister of National Security, we'll be exporting less dogs to Canada for the program that has taken off some time ago. You said, however, Minister, that the program, which is scheduled to start sometime in Christmas, you didn't give an exact date, but for the radio stations, Christmas started in October, you know, so we want to know an exact date. Secondly, you mentioned that the program will be suspended if there's an overcrowding or any infectious disease at the particular institution. Bustamante is crowded right now, so overcrowded right now. So we are hoping that there'll be less patients there for commencement at your Christmas time when you propose for this to start. And in light of the fact that there's the RSV around and you have not indicated to the country what are the results coming out of CARFA yet, they might decide to throw it in now whether we have found CARFA with RSV, whether we have found it in the epidemiological studies that have been done. Not straying, but it is an infectious disease, and I said I'll throw it in whilst you prepare to answer. Now, Minister, there's one other area, and I'll be very brief, as I usually am, right? The matter that you indicated in terms of risk management, infection prevention and control. There are many children, and I'm glad that you're going to have a situation where you have, with the consent of the parents as well as the effect, because there are a lot of children are afraid of dogs, and that is one of the things that we want to get rid of as well, that fear that is there. So that has to be important. But secondly, and equally important, if not more important, in terms of infection control, are we able to ascertain, and should we not ascertain, whether any of these dogs have any infections? Rabies is one of those that we are concerned about, right? It is in our nearest neighborhood, that is the United States, and the fact that many people import dogs into this country illegally without proper veterinary approval. We want to know that any of these animals that are going to be involved in this particular program are rabies-free, are infection-free, so that we do not run the risk of our children, God forbid, being bitten, being infected with one of these illnesses. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his comments, and to just to alleviate his fears that I'm comfortable. And so, you know, I own a dog, and it is certainly one of my best friends, particularly in the Shark Tank that we are forced to operate in. But I appreciate the comments. Appreciate the endorsement that the member has, and as a medical practitioner who I am assuming follows the trends, his endorsement means a lot, because it means that as a new concept, the country will benefit, and certainly the patients, from a unified position on this. I also appreciate the members' concerns around infection prevention and control, which is why I spend so much time on this in the presentation. There is almost zero chance of the participating animals having anything that could be contagious based on the screening that takes place. When we started on this, you probably wouldn't know, the Veterinary Services Division, led by Dr. Watson. He recommended Dr. Stennett, who is a senior veterinarian, and I want to thank her also for the work she has done as chairman of that committee, or chairperson of the committee, and all the requirements around the safety of the animal's capacity to be healthy, but also to not be overly stressed in terms of this role, were put in place, and that's captured in the guidelines. So the approach is to ensure the animal safety, the patient safety, the staff safety, and that it is truly a therapeutic value being offered for all concerned. And the limited interaction we have had leading up to this point manifested the results that are very positive. So I want to reassure the member and others that this is not likely to be a major risk issue. But clearly, this is pilot thing. We will have 18 months for it, and we will assess the results and then make a determination as to where we go from there. Madam Speaker, you're going to, and it's okay, sure.
Madam Speaker, I just have 2 questions for the Minister. Minister, I noticed that the rollout plan is going to be in the majority of rural areas.
No, just Worcester.
Huh?
Just Worcester, man.
Well, this is the
No, it's only for a second.
Oh, this is the second statement.
Yeah.
Okay, you haven't gotten to that one yet.
Yeah.
All right.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, can I quickly do the second statement, which should be shorter? So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank members again and thank you for your understanding. This statement, Madam Speaker, speaks to the implementation of the electronic health record system. So, Madam Speaker, again, this is a first for us and indeed for the region, which the government is very proud of. In 2019, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Madam Speaker, launched an ambitious plan to reform the health system to provide better services and more equitable delivery of health care to the people of Jamaica. The Vision for Health 2030 set out the roadmap for the redevelopment of the health system and to strengthen its resilience. Our capital expenditure plan of action was also developed to see an ambitious investment of more than $250 million over a 5-year period. Madam Speaker, these visionary documents which were tabled in this House represents for us and for the people of Jamaica a seismic shift in the way in which the government has begun to reposition health as a tool for economic and social development, Madam Speaker. And I stress economic. We can't move forward unless we have healthy people and productive people. And that is the vision that this government has. A critical component, Madam Speaker, of these plans is the increased use of technology to streamline the health system and create greater efficiency. Madam Speaker, as part of the implementation of the Vision for Health 2030, the government of Jamaica in 2018 received financing to the tune of some $50 million from the Inter-American Development Bank towards the cost of the support for the health system strengthening for the prevention and care management of non-communicable disease program. That was the name of the program. A portion of this sum has been applied to the acquisition of an electronic health record, EHR, management system. Already an ICT infrastructure contract for US $8.43 million, or estimated 1.3 billion Jamaican dollars, has been signed with local telecoms provider Cable and Wireless, or Flow Jamaica Limited. The contract, which has already been awarded and is being implemented, has afforded Jamaica a network of more than 2,000 computers, 400 plus medical grade tablets that provide universal access to medical records, and with high-speed connectivity between the eGov data center and some 105 hospitals and health centers. Madam Speaker, that alone is game-changing in that we are networking over 100 hospitals and health centers and providing the hard gadgets in order to facilitate that network for information purposes and more efficient delivery of services. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to announce today for the first time that Cabinet last evening approve the award of a contract to the Phoenix Partnership Leeds Limited, a UK-based entity, for the electronic health record implementation, Madam Speaker, to build on top of what has already been done with the hardware. The second stage is what this represents, for the tender sum of some $5,029,221 United States dollars, or approximately $779,529 Jamaican dollars. This, Madam Speaker, is the first technology-driven element of its kind in Jamaica and the region, something that the country should celebrate as we seek to improve our health system infrastructure with the use of technology. The Phoenix Partnership Leeds Limited is a leading global provider of healthcare technology, which works alongside governments to improve health outcomes, tackle inequalities in care, reduce health services cost, and improve patient and clinician experience. Madam Speaker, this contract award comes in the context of the urgent need for enhanced integration of health systems and has implemented a strategy focus on the governance and capacity building, data management and information technologies, information and knowledge management for health analysis, and advocacy and strategic communication to address the situation. Madam Speaker, this strategy is rooted in the Information Systems for Health framework. That is an integrated effort for the convergence of interconnected and interoperable systems data information, knowledge, processes, standards, people and institutions supported by ICT that interact to generate, identify, collect, process, and store, and make free and publicly available quality data and strategic information for better policy and decision-making process in our health information system. That's a very long statement with a lot of words, but to those who would like it simplified, Madam Speaker, what it means is that we are now using technology, or certainly embarking on a process, where a patient in Westmoreland having an accident that requires care at the university or Spanish Town or somewhere else, they can actually take the information, including x-rays, upload it in the system in Westmoreland, and it reaches to the point of the specialist in real time. So not only is that facilitating faster transaction and response, that patient could actually be treated remotely with that kind of technology that is available. It is a game changer, Madam Speaker, for health systems. Madam Speaker, the National Plan for the Information System for Health of Jamaica seeks to adopt cost-effective ICT tools and solutions. The first component of the National Plan regarding information technology is the EHR management system, which includes, but not limited to, a range of data management activities including demographics, medical history, medication and allergies, immunization status, lab test results, radiology images, vital signs, personal statistics like age and weight, and billing information. It will also address disease registries and health records in which health data and information maintenance will be shared by patients and providers. Again, Madam Speaker, in the past, you went to 3 different health centers or hospitals because you have moved from one parish to the next, one community to the next. Chances are each of those institutions would have information on your health history based on how many times you have visited to treat whatever ailment or do health checks. But it would be a disjointed storage and accounting of records because it would be in different locations, not to mention the fact that it would be stored paper-based, which oftentimes gets mislaid or otherwise takes a while for it to be retrieved. Under this system, Madam Speaker, the real benefit is that we will have one set of patient record from birth until your demise. The benefits of that is that a doctor who sees you for the first time will know your health history, what you're allergic to, what your health profile is, and as a consequence would be able to assess your condition very quickly and prescribe a response in a very short space of time. So, Madam Speaker, this is game-changing because it allows shorter transaction time and less transaction cost. So patients waiting for a file or to explain their full history to a doctor no longer would need to do that under this system if it works the way we anticipate it working. It is game-changing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the 18-month implementation period of this contract will in the first instance see the rollout of the health information or electronic health records in 13 facilities, namely Greater Portmore Health Centre, St. Jago Park Health Centre, Old Harbour Health Centre, Lionel Town Health Centre, Maypen Health Centre, Moko Health Centre, Ocho Rios Health Centre, St. Anne's Bay Health Centre, Chapelton Health Centre, Brownstown, Spanish Town Hospital, Maypen Hospital, and St. Anne's Bay Hospital. And I know the question is going to be asked, yes, why not my health centre? Yes. Why not my hospital? Because all of us are based at a location close to a main facility that we use. Well, if you look at how the health information system was designed, 50 million US under the IDB finance project, what the assessment did was attempt to pilot or do a first phase that would see the hospital that was subjected to substantial improvement, Spanish Town, St. Anne's Bay, Maypen, build out the primary health care institutions around that, or a selected number, and then use those to begin the process of electronic record transformation. So it represents a first phase, and it would be the easiest approach because you create an integrated system in the first instance while you build out over time. Remember now, the first contract was for 105 facilities. So rural areas are benefiting from that, but the actual health record system will start with those hospitals that are benefiting from substantial upgrade. Madam Speaker, the electronic health record begins with the philosophy of one patient, one record, and will boast features that include a patient registration system for the appointment, setting, and assignment of patients in the triage process of the facility, the seamless interface of the critical diagnostic imaging that will enable doctors to see X-rays and CT scans on computers and tablets that have already been provided within these facilities. So the history of the patient will be there at your fingertip once you have their requisite password and access to that data. The upload and sharing of health records or dockets within the public health system, enabling health professionals to trace, Madam Speaker, colleagues, the history of patients and to see the interventions that have been done in the past. I cannot overemphasize that because that allows for a much quicker response based on the history of that patient and the records around that patient's health profile. This therefore will result in a more efficient diagnosis and treatment. Madam Speaker, with this linking of health records, the cross-matching and information sharing between health centers and hospitals will now be possible. Never before done, it is now possible, or going to be possible with this new intervention. This will result in a significant savings for the patients, as test results will be readily available, and the possibility of completing tests more than once will be significantly reduced. Oftentimes, an X-ray is done to determine status of a patient, sometimes based on a past incident. When you have that on file, you have all that record on file, and that, of course, will not require that kind of initial, almost primary interrogation to take place because the information is already there. Madam Speaker, the electronic health record will also allow the capturing of critical health information data that will assist in the formulation of better evidence-based policies and programs. So we can use this also for policies and programs. We will have at our fingertips immediate information about the health profile, not just of an individual, but of a community, a parish, a full population. So in terms of how we structure planning and policy and at the regional level, at the health level, at the national level, we program those policies and those specific policies around the trends and the data, real-time data that we have. The system as designed has the capacity to produce reports on the operation efficiency of facilities, will be able to provide information to the doctor, the patient, the management of the facility, the regional health authorities, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and ultimately the Parliament of this country in terms of service delivery and standards of care that is being provided. So the system really holds us to a higher standard of accountability, which is a very important measure to improve the overall performance, because it can become a key tool in the evaluation of the performance of a health center, a hospital, a regional authority, or indeed the Ministry of Health. And of course, the Parliament and the country would have access to that information without compromising patient confidentiality, of course, but for planning purposes. Finally, Madam Speaker, with this investment, telemedicine will be more a reality for Jamaica, with collaboration among specialists and primary care health professionals now possible in and outside of Jamaica. Another very big positive from this game-changing approach and this game-changing program. Telemedicine, which is ad hoc in Jamaica currently, largely because of lack of technology access, particularly in rural parts, but the equipment at the other end of the technology that allows remote examination. This system will allow a much more seamless opportunity for telemedicine, and not only from rural to urban or vice versa, from expert primary to secondary level, but also across borders, where we have signed MOUs with other health systems and can get technical assistance, support, and advice where necessary. Again, another big feature of this program. These benefits, Madam Speaker, will result in shorter wait times for patients, less cost in providing services, increased productivity, shorter transaction time, reduced staff frustration, and increased service satisfaction among patients who utilize the public health system. Madam Speaker, these are goals that we should all aspire towards, and we're there. Almost finished, Madam Speaker.
So I know, Dr. Tuffin, and although I don't see anything on it near to South Trelawney, we're going to give you time to finish.
2 minutes, 3 minutes.
The question.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Minister's time be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his statement. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, South Trelawney is up next. Don't worry, we'll make sure it happens. Madam Speaker, the Ministry understands any implementation of this nature must be accompanied by a significant change management, and this is important, supported by a well-resourced and efficient implementation plan. So we're at the stage, having planned this for 5 years or so, where we have a contract in place, we have providers of the service going through the procurement process. It's time for implementation. And the big challenge now is to ensure there's no implementation deficit. And it's going to require also adjustments by those who work in the system, which is why the change management component is so important. Because, you know, I've seen where the best technology is implemented, but the people have not changed to use the technology. They are accustomed to doing things their way. And so that change management feature is absolutely critical. That is included in the contract. There is a change management function, but I want to use the opportunity to appeal to Jamaicans, to those who are directly linked, those who may be beneficiaries of the system, users of the system, to see this as a game-changing approach, system that will benefit them in the long run, both in the efficiency of their work, but also in the benefits that will derive from that. Madam Speaker, it will mean a difference in how persons work, how the doctors relate to the patient, you know, inputting of information or data, using a device, how that information is used, access to that information on a computer screen as opposed to a paper-based file, and of course, how you monitor that information and assess within a short space of time based on the assessment of the history. The change will also affect how records are collected and stored and managed within the health facilities, So let me state that the intention of the government, Madam Speaker, is not to separate persons who are accustomed to doing things the paper-based way, but to hopefully upgrade those who need to be upgraded for the electronic systems to become efficient and part of their regular routine. I want to encourage all of us, Madam Speaker, to see this today and this announcement and this new initiative as important to building our healthcare resilience and taking our health systems from where it is now into a more modern, technology-efficient area for the benefits of Jamaicans. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ditto the first comments of the last one. Minister, this certainly is a game changer in the country. And that's why I said ditto for the first comments of the first statement, but you didn't hear me. It is really, yes, and it's a game changer for your image too, right? So this, Madam Speaker, speaks a lot to where health is going worldwide. And I want to congratulate the Minister for taking this particular initiative. This was what you promoted in the thing at the Pegasus last year, Minister, wasn't it? Minister, what you promoted where you had that thing at the Pegasus last year. Right. That's cool, man. And I think it will help us, as you have indicated, citizens of this country, to be able to get better health, less resources because of the ICT communication, so that doctors in rural areas are able to liaise with doctors in the specialist centers to help in terms of making diagnoses, in terms of treatment. Minister, the electronic health management system, yes, very often what we find, and you have indicated in the statement, that patients come to the facility and there's no record of them, their medical record in the past. This particular system will allow for that to happen. I have a few questions, Minister, and certainly you'd expect those questions. First of all, it has to do with public relations and getting the message to the clients out there. And I say that against the background, first of all, that there are some doctors in my local where I practice, and I give you a very typical example, and my colleague, the member from St. James, who sits on your side, will also probably identify with this. There's a doctor in my area that my patients call him the Google doctor, because he goes on his phone or his tablet very often, sometimes, as they claim, to find out what is wrong with them. Now, it would be remiss of the Ministry of Health if they did not have that information and public relations to advise the patients that what is happening is not that the doctor is going on the tablet to look as to what is wrong with them, but it is part of the new program of helping to diagnose. And so that doctors, one, may not get a bad name, but two, that the system will work towards the benefit of the people. That's the first one. Secondly, you mentioned that it is going to involve 105 hospitals and health centers island-wide. Because I was going to the next question. The government currently, Jamaica has about 350 combined health centers and hospitals. And when is the second phase going to come into place? Thirdly, the provider, Flow Jamaica, does not have that coverage right across the island to give a seamless integration of the system. When is it that they're going to do, and what is part of their strategy based on the contract you have signed with them? Now, Minister, the training of those persons within the facilities to utilize it is key. The other problem, though, is that too often government and other agencies buy fancy equipment and do not maintain them over a period of time. What is in this contract and provisioned for this to have maintenance of the program, of the equipment as we go along? Because very often the government will invest in high-tech equipment at hospitals. They are not maintained, and after a while, people will not benefit from the service. Minister, confidentiality of information is critical because on a ICT framework, the risk of people getting sensitive information is very important. What considerations are there? And the final one, Minister, you know, Jamaica knows, that the vast amount of healthcare provision in this country is provided in the private sector. You yourself last week mentioned One Health. What provisions are there with all confidentiality protocols in place for accessing this system by private medical doctors, if that is contemplated, with the requisite password and with confidential protocols in place to ensure that they can also see patients who will gravitate from the public to the private sector so that they can have a seamless provision of health care just as you'd want in the public sector. Thank you.
So, Madam Speaker, are you finished? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his endorsement of the program. Again, this means a lot because it's important that we're at one on it, and I'm very available, member, to have any discussions further to this, because you are right. It is, as I said, game-changing, and change normally doesn't come easily. There is always going to be resistance from the status quo, from the familiarity of doing things as you have done it over time, and one would be surprised where that resistance comes from. Sometimes at the highest level of learned men and women who are accustomed to looking at film under the light as opposed to on a phone, and I could go on and on. I've had some of those experiences, so I fully appreciate and understand. We're going to have to press on. That's what we provide leadership to get the change. I think it starts, though, with that change management concept that I explained earlier, which is an integral part of this. For starters, you spoke about public relations, but people have to know why this is important. All the stakeholders, starting with the internal stakeholders who have to preside over the process and administer the process, and then, of course, with the external, the patients, the country. And so part of that sensitization may not initially be a national sensitization. It's an internal sensitization, which we have commenced and will continue and amplify, where the doctors, the nurses, the key players, the key handlers of the data are going to be required to, in the first instance, appreciate the change and why the change and the justification for the change. In the second instance, sufficient training to allow them to understand and be capable of implementing that change. And while there will be teething pains, I'm pretty sure of it. You may recall that UWI, University Hospital of the West Indies, started that process. They have implemented a health electronic system, and they have had their own teething pains. So we do anticipate that, but that is catered for here in the contract. The issues around maintenance, it does come with a maintenance arrangement for a limited period. We are moving now into an approach for the future to secure the lifetime of our investments by reviewing our approach to maintenance. And this is not just in the electronic gadgets or the diagnostic gadgets. It also includes the buildings. A lot of the build-out that is taking place now, captured under this 250 million ambitious program, includes in it an arrangement for maintenance, far more superior to what is currently the case. The Cornwall Regional Hospital is the epitome of a building that collapsed because of poor maintenance. And we can't afford that to happen to this type of investment that we're embarking on. So things like leasing as opposed to purchase, with leasing arrangement being accompanied by maintenance, contracts to secure with a extended service contract, so they have a 3 to 5 year period to maintain. We rather pay that money to not worry about the downtime and the lack of expertise. Well, we negotiate, and I think it would be penny-wise and pound-foolish not to include that in the conversation, and that has been part of the overall. So we do anticipate that we will have relative consistency. The internet connectivity can be a challenge in some areas, but the government has been working to create much more wide-scale internet connectivity. Minister Vaz had announced recently a new initiative which is going to literally using satellite technology cover the entire country. So I wouldn't worry about that. I think the government has that under control, and that is being led by Minister Vaz. And then the confidentiality of patient information. You know, member, you should know more than anyone else in your field that Jamaica has done as a country very well in terms of patient confidentiality when it comes to health systems, whether the public or the private. We tend to value that, all of us, internal and external, and for the most part that has been kept well. We certainly intend to do so with this new system. We are combining our efforts with eGov, again, not in my ministry. I've been to the location where the setup is in place for the protection of that data. The Data Protection Act, which is on stream or coming on stream to guarantee the security measures that are necessary for data confidentiality. And all told, we'll see an approach that will ensure that patient confidentiality is key, because without that we're in trouble. But I'll say one other thing. The current paper-based system, where anybody can go into a filing room and pull a file and expose every kind of personal information, is far less secure than what is being proposed now. So I do believe that we're on the right track in terms of where we're headed, and it's certainly an improvement over what is happening. The issues of the private sector is a real one. It's a real one, because there is an interface that takes place between private doctors, private institutions, and the public system. While most persons will access a public system, if not for no other reason but to stabilize a crisis situation, people then exercise the option to go into a private space. There are provisions now to transfer that data on request, where the patient or their guardian can do so. And that won't change. So it's possible. But the idea of having a private physician bring up from the public health system the personal data of individuals because they decided to go to a private doctor as opposed to the health center is not a feature of this system at this point in time, although a request can be made for that data. It's something we probably need to look into, but a lot is going to depend on the patient and what they would want for their particular circumstances. And the data is much easier provided. No.
Minister, my concern was not so much, and probably I used the wrong word in terms of confidentiality. I was thinking more in line with as has happened and is happening across the world, where hackers get into a system and lock out the primary providers of that system. That is the confidentiality I was referring to primarily.
One of the reasons why this process was subjected to a very rigid procurement process, which gave all and sundry to apply, but had critical criteria requirements for experience, for international benchmarking practices, etc. Now, that's not a risk-free process because it happens to every and anybody at any point, but it certainly reduces the risk. And this entity which has emerged, we believe, has the requisite experience, and the requirement for the system is that a very rigid security measures are put in place for data protection.
Madam Speaker, I really want to endorse my colleagues' commendations to the government for this system, because I think no doubt all of us want to see the country move technologically forward, especially where health concerns of our citizens are. Minister, I have 5 questions for you. And my questions are not within whether or not my constituency will get the system integrated, because I recognize that the health centers in Southeast Santana are not there. My first question is along the basis of how this system can better help persons in their primary health care diagnostics and treatment. In other words, in going through and listening to you, you are on point that there's a registration and an interface that will map the entire country. And $1.3 billion is really not a lot of money in the greater scheme of things to make this happen. But typically what we would want to see, because and I'm sure everybody in here, has circumstances where people come to our offices as members of parliament who have been in the public health system for months being diagnosed wrongly. Sometimes the wait time, by that time they have stage 4 cancer. So my first question is, how will this system, does it have an algorithm to not only talk to various doctors about what the issues are, but perhaps even forecast, depending on the patient's history, for a young person and their propensity for hypertension when they're 41? And if the system has that or doesn't have it, is there a mechanism to put that in place for the future? Because I want to recommend that it is tremendously important to make that happen. The second question I have for you, Minister, is whether or not the system will be able to triage. In other words, when you go to a health center now, sometimes it is a physical guard at the gate that says, no, you're not so sick, right? I said, no, you're not so sick. You go sit down over there, so, because that person is more sick than you. No, I'm telling you. The security performs that sometimes, but depending on how many people are coming into the health center. So therefore, will this system allow a priority? And is the system also in our emergency room? Will you put it in our emergency rooms across certain hospitals? Because the health centers are one thing, but if I end up at an emergency room, is that interface in that emergency room so that when they pull up my records, you know the medicines that I'm on, you know the previous hospitals that I've gone to, and you can see it right there. I never heard anything about emergency rooms. The third question I have for you is on the basis of training. You spoke a little bit about it, but you spoke to it on the basis of the computers. And that is critical, because obviously the nurses and the doctors are some of them are already au fait with some of these apps and interfaces that are there. But those of us who are a little familiar with private doctors and utilize a private system also know that once a doctor sees you, the chances of you trying to call that doctor or nurse, you might actually end up getting a computer speaking to you. Now, in rural areas where some of the banks have actually moved and now put an ATM in, and rural folk and older persons have a difficulty in not being able to touch and feel or talk face-to-face with a doctor. The same thing with the post offices. I remember when the post offices, some of them closed. I want us to recognize that in the training, the doctors are important, but you said the public health campaigns. How will persons really be sensitized according to this system? Will they also be able to get an app on their phone, for example, that showcases the numbers they call, etc.? My fourth question, and it's more of a question and a suggestion. I love the fact that we're moving technologically forward. There's no greater joy that I could have than standing up here and saying, boy, enough respect for making sure that this happens. I did not march on anybody, sir.
Keep him up,
The issue for me is computers are good, but what about public ambulance care? Emergency care. Unless you have a couple $1,000 or unless you have a contact in the public hospital or the public health center, you cannot get an ambulance to come and pick you up. So I want to ask you, in the system that you're implementing, will it be that in that priority case, do you have something that can say this person needs an ambulance stat? And then my final question, Minister, is wait time. It's all good and well to have technology, and that may work, but you said that the wait time would be reduced. And you said that this is going in. I know that in the public health system, for example, you have community visits. Does the system have something in place that if it is a mental treatment that the person needs, will we still have the community-based visits that go in? If it is a child who needs follow-up care, will that system red flag it so that the child, if the child has asthma, critical asthma or something else, does it red flag? And do we have the attendant persons? Because once these red flags start going off in the system, and I'm sure you're going to have a lot of red flags going off based on the nature of hypertension, obesity, and some of the other primary issues, do we have the attendant persons who will be able to assist, whether going into the communities or when the people are coming back, to be able to take care of them? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and thanks to the member for her questions. I think they're all relevant, and I think this represents the kind of interaction which is necessary in the context of a new concept, where we probe, we interrogate, and we seek understanding. So I have no issues with these questions and others, and we can meet outside of this context to even do more. So, Madam Speaker, the primary health care, the interface between primary health care and secondary care, hospitals and health centers, are a key feature of the system because, as said earlier, it's a one health approach. In other words, no matter which health center you go, this is the kind of ultimate vision, the perfect vision. Clearly, it has to be done in phases. Your records are kept and placed in one single file. So whether it's a diagnosis, whether it's an X-ray, and as a consequence, that file can be accessed at a hospital or at a health center, which means that your history is very much going to be there in front of the doctor on the screen. That's the vision. And the doctor, therefore, will limit the time it takes for him to appreciate your allergies, your particular past accidents, your particular ailments, what is chronic in terms of your health profile. So it really does improve the time to respond, what medications you can or cannot take. So I am of the view, and the evidence bears that out, that the data-driven approach will enhance significantly and reduce the wait time. And that's really what we're striving to do, and improve the accuracy of diagnosis, to answer the other question, because that history greatly reduces the risk of misdiagnosis. Doctors are here to say, once you know the history, you have an idea what the patient is prone to and what works or doesn't work. The triage system, I have to challenge you on it. I know some members may think otherwise, Madam Speaker. I don't know of a security guard conducting a triage. A security guard may be at the entrance of an institution to maintain law and order, because oftentimes we have aggressive patients in distress. But the triage process, let me say for the record, the triage process is conducted by a doctor or at least a nurse in the accident and emergency area. The security guard may help the person in, but they can't diagnose whether that person gets priority or not. Well, I am prepared to say also, but I'm also prepared to say I have never seen it or heard of it. I can appreciate why there may be a misinterpretation, and I'm here to clarify that security guards, as much as how we value their contribution, don't contribute to the triage process. But the point is, the substantive point is whether the triage process is a part of the data. Yes, because again, that is important in terms of the medical history. So you're right on the button there in terms of wanting it to be, and I want to reassure you that it is. Training is key, and I come back to the change management function that is going to be important. Change management is a special discipline. It is an attempt at getting persons who have a habit based on the parameters of operating of behavior, just as we do with salt, sugars, and fats, or lifestyle, to move towards a different type of behavior. And we all know that behavioral change is by far perhaps the most difficult, especially the older you get, Madam Speaker. So that function is critical to this transformation. And that's why we have, as part of the contract, the persons to do that. The computers are not to replace the people. And again, I want to clear that up, and I appreciate the concern because we're talking about computers and systems. The computers are to enhance the effectiveness of the people. So it's an enabling tool so that the doctors and the nurses can do the diagnosis and respond in a shorter, more efficient period. And so it shouldn't be confused with a replacement of people by computers, because that, okay, well, I just want to clarify just in case it is interpreted as such. In terms of emergency care, your fourth question, I take the point that the system, for it to add full value when it comes to emergencies, we need an emergency response system. That is inadequate now. Most people end up in emergency rooms from accidents, trauma of one form or another. It's taken there by a friend, a taxi driver, or a stranger, a good Samaritan. And we do not have nearly as efficient an emergency response system, even with the private sector supporting it, because we do have a few private sector entities. It's something we need to build out. It's another phase of that build out. But suffice it to say, to the extent that you are taken to the hospital by ambulance, there is provision for a sort of immediate assessment and a transfer of information to the destination that you will get the care, so that they can prepare themselves. That happens now, and it's a matter of how you enhance that. But the logistics does represent a challenge. And in terms of weight, Madam Speaker, I've said it before, I said it earlier, the wait time is expected.
The final question I had for the Minister was, when those red flags start going off in the system based on the triage, do you have the support team and the mechanisms, particularly for children in emergencies?
Right. So, Madam Speaker, it's a dynamic process. We have come a far way in our provisions of healthcare services, certainly under this government, over the last 6+ years. What we were 7 years ago, I dare say we are far better today. Better in many respects, better in terms of, and it's not a political point, it's just to make the case as to why we have to transition to accommodate the changing times. We have more doctors and nurses, we have more community health aides, we have more diagnostic equipment, we have more hospital beds. On any measure, when compared to the past, we're better off. Now, we have shortages of nurses, and that's more chronic, so there are some downsides based on what's happening in the society. So, but the vision of the system, member, is to use the data, as I said earlier in the statement, for analysis and follow-up. So directly to your question, a patient, whether pediatric or otherwise, who has a chronic ailment, or maybe they're asthmatic, they have a mental health issue, that data is expected to be transferred or at least accessed at the community level, because primary and secondary are connected. And whatever follow-up is required it can occur in a more efficient manner. Madam Speaker, I just want to make one final 30-second intervention. The discussion around rural versus urban and areas not in this first phase. One of the things that I examined while we were preparing for this, I visited a number of health systems, including one of the most advanced, Birmingham Hospital in the UK, where they are probably the most technologically advanced. Almost all their functions are paperless. Toronto, and several others. One of the things I learned about this system, which I am very concerned and careful about in terms of the approach, is the extent to which what is well-intentioned can become extremely chaotic. Where people embark on significant and substantial radical change, it doesn't work, and it leads to more chaos than to the efficiencies that we seek. As a result, we deliberately designed the system to be phased so that the experiences that we learn from a smaller setup can then be transitioned into the other phases. And I want to say that's very important. So this is not that we gave preference to one over the other, even though we did, but not because we are neglecting some in support of others. It was a function of trying to manage risk. And to manage risk, you take it in stages because electronic systems have a tendency to go off the rails. And we're trying to avoid that in this case. Learn from the experiences. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues for listening.
Madam Speaker, I now invite you to revert to the order paper as required.
So, members, we're now at the item on the agenda, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, report of...
We got the report.
You did the report?
We got the
Okay.
report. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023, and Jamaica Public Bodies' revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023, which was laid on the table of the House on the 22nd day of November 2022, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is that there is a suspension of the standing orders to allow the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during the current session of the Parliament, your committee held one meeting to review the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023. Representatives of the following ministries and agencies were in attendance: the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, Ministry of Transport and Mining, Ministry of Health and Wellness, National Security, Education, Youth and Information, Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology. The first supplementary estimate 2022-23 reflects an increase of approximately 60 billion or 6.6% over the estimates of 912 billion approved in April 2022. The revised estimates of financial year 2022-23 are now 917.98 billion. In her introduction of the revised estimates, the Financial Secretary noted that inflationary pressure generated by continued supply chain disruptions emanating from COVID-19, exacerbated by the Russia-Ukraine war, had influenced the development of the first supplementary estimates. To combat inflation, governments around the world had raised interest rates and made adjustments to their fiscal and economic programs. And Jamaica likewise had to make the same adjustments. The Financial Secretary also informed the PAAC that the macroeconomic fiscal framework of the fiscal year had been updated given the performance of the macro indicators to date. Utilization of the updated framework is generating an increase in the central government's revenue and grants of 65.5 billion over the estimated approval in March 2022. The current projection of 34.9 billion higher than that indicated in the interim fiscal policy paper tabled in September 2022. The higher projection has been informed by the updated macroeconomic profiles as well as the continued significant overperformance of revenue through the second quarter of the fiscal year. At the end of September 2022, the total revenue flows of 40.4 billion above budget, including 35 billion from tax revenues, and this performance has been factored into the current forecast, which anticipates total revenue flows of 815.3 billion for financial year 2022-23. The estimated tax revenue of 736.5 billion accounts for the lion's share of the increase, followed by non-tax revenue projected to increase by 2.4 billion or 3.6%. Bauxite levy is now projected to be lower than the approved budget of 1.8 billion. The proposed 60 billion increase in expenditure will therefore be financed primarily through the expected 65.5 billion increase in revenue flows. Some of the findings, Madam Speaker, during the deliberations, members sought further information on the allocations of various MDAs and how they were utilized. The Ministry of Finance and Public Service received a net additional 21.188 billion of the current side of the first supplementary estimates, increasing the Ministry of Finance and Public Service allocation for financial year 2022-23 from 49.576 billion to supplementary estimate to 70.765 billion. The increase includes 16.83 billion for additional support for the public sector compensation restructuring exercise. Total allocation for this exercise for financial year 2022-23 to 39.4 billion. The MOFPS also received 3.5 billion for various special protection initiatives, including the We Care Energy Co-Pay allocation of 2.119 billion, gas relief grants of 600 million to contract carriage and route taxi owners, and 250 million each to encourage the establishment of low KYC accounts and the Bank of Jamaica digital currency JAMDEX accounts. Madam Speaker, in relation to the gas relief grants, the Financial Secretary informed the PAAC that up to the end of September 2022, there were 7,166 approvals from 11,120 applications. One member commented that the take-up seemed disappointing considering there are 37,000 licensed contract carriage and route taxi operators. Questions were asked about the KYC and JAMDEX and the energy co-pay. The committee was told that approximately 486,000 persons received assistance over the 4-month period of the initiative, costing $2.2 billion. The Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development overall budget for financial year 2022-23 now increases from $15.78 billion to $16.65 billion. The specific allocations to MLGRD included $516 million, of which $300 million was applied to reduce errors to contractors and $261 million to clean up major towns. Another $150 million to be provided for trucking of water, and an additional $52 million to provide general welfare grants to persons in $70 million for back-to-school assistance. One member commented that one of the main problems was the illegal dumping of commercial garbage, especially at nights, by various establishments, and suggested that it was time for the NSWMA to step up their enforcement activities. The Ministry of Transport and Mining received as an increase of $1.579 billion in its recurrent allocations, largely going to two programs. This includes an additional $1.065 billion provided to the JUTC to meet fuel costs of $522.83 million and lubricants $542.55 million. Increases their subvention for financial year 2022 to 23 to $6.85 billion. An additional $413.8 million was provided to the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority to meet new rates of retroactive salaries and allowances arising from the 2021-23 heads of agreement between the GOJ and the JCAA bargaining units. The MTM, Ministry of Transport and Mining, also received a capital allocation of $1.178 billion to purchase new buses. One member asked if the additional provision for fuel would cover the JUTC requirements for the remainder of the financial year 22-23. The Managing Director of the JUTC responded that they may be short by about $200 million because they had requested $1 billion but only received $522.8 million. In response to other questions from the members, the JUTC management explained that their fuel estimates at the start of the financial year was $1.55 billion, but the cost of fuel had increased by 56% year over year from $182.5 per litre to $243 per litre currently. The JUTC managers expressed the hope that the downward trend in international fuel prices in recent weeks would inure to the benefit of JUTC in the form of lower fuel costs. They also mentioned the issue of fuel theft. To put the whole problem of fuel theft in perspective, the JUTC informed the PAC that year to date it had spent about $1 billion on fuel, and the losses from theft and spillage amounts to about $6 million. The Ministry of Health and Wellness received a net increase of $5.813 billion, reflecting increases of $9 0.098 billion, counterbalanced by savings of 3.285 billion. This increase to the MOHW fiscal year allocation from 91.011 billion to 96.825 billion. Of the increase, 4.68 billion was allotted to the regional health authorities to make up for salary shortfalls to SARA employees amounting to 1 billion and 500 million to the Western Regional Health Authority employees, plus another 2.206 billion for the procurement of goods and services, while 596.678 million was allocated to pay outstanding bills to JPS 300 million and NWC $296.67 million by regional health authorities. The Ministry of Health and Wellness also received an additional $2 billion to deal with the over 90 days owing to the National Health Fund for pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. There was also an additional $1.367 billion for rehabilitation of 9 operating theaters in 4 hospitals under the Code Care program, and $607 million to the National Laboratory Services for reagent testing. These increases were partially counterbalanced by a significant reduction of $3.285 billion for the COVID-19 response efforts. On the recurrent side, the Ministry of National Security received an overall increase of approximately $5.9 billion. This includes net increase of $1.638 billion to the Central Ministry, net increases of $2.914 billion to the Jamaica Constabulary Force, $861 million to the Department of Correctional Services, and a net increase of $426.34 million to the Major Organized Crime and Anti-Corruption Agency. The net increase of $1.638 billion to Central Ministry, including $901 million for one-off payment to Jamaica Defense Force soldiers earning less than $1.5 million annually. The increased allocation to the JCF includes $887 million to procure a workforce management system of $458 million, new vehicles and maintenance $399 million, and motorbikes of $30 million. In addition, $414 million was allocated to the operation of motor vehicles and $607 million for the purchase of stores and armory. The largest expense in the allocation of the DCS is $618 million, of which $406 million is for the payment of utilities and communication services, and $212 million for goods and services. The additional $426.3 million to MOCA is to cover salaries for JCF officers seconded to MOCA. There were comments and questions dealing with the under-expenditure of the capital budget and issues to deal with the Green Acres police station in the particular location. The question of who provided advice for the location, the Green Island police station in a flood-prone area, was of concern to the committee. The building is 90% completed, but was flooded out in October 2022 during heavy rains. And questions will be forwarded to the Ministry of National Security in dealing with that matter. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, for its recurrent budget, MEGJC receives net increase of $5.156 billion, increasing its allocation from $8.927 billion to $14.039 billion. This includes additional requirements of $3.488 billion for patching and local and general rehabilitation of scoured and damaged roadways island-wide, plus 1.4 billion for drain cleaning, debushing and minor repairs of gullies. On the capital side, MEGJC is to receive a net additional 4.5 billion, including 4.1 billion more for the Southern Coastal Highway Improvement Project, increasing the allocation for that project for financial year 2022 to 23 to 24.884 billion. There's also a new allocation of 400 million for the Grange Lane project in St. Catherine and an additional 310 million for the credit enhancement project to support micro, small and medium enterprises, raising the allocation to that activity to 1.099 billion for the financial year 2022-23. Partially offsetting the increase of the capital budget are savings of 378.887 million for the electronic land titling project due to slower than program implementation. There were questions about the recurrent provisions of 3.488 billion. The Junction Road rehabilitation completion date, the disruptive road network in St. Thomas, and the time frame for the works in Northern Clarendon, expanding work, the work associated with the Grange Lane dualization, and the reconstruction of the Troy Bridge were asked by members and answers given. The Ministry of Education, Youth and Information received a net increase of 2.026 billion, reflecting increases of 2.849 billion, partially offset by savings of 823.37 million, raising allocation for financial year 2022-23 from 119.225 billion to 121.25 billion. The increase includes an additional 914.96 million to facilitate the production of breakfast and snacks for part students by NPL, plus an additional 152 million to offset transportation costs for part students. There is also an additional 510 million to head 11520, which ICT services, boosting the allocation to 1.024 billion. This is to be allocated as follows: 250 million to support the provisions of broadband services in school, to reallocation of 100 million to offset operational expenses relating to online contracts for education solutions, 530 million for procurement of laptops for teachers in keeping with the agreement with JTA, and fourth, transfer of 270 million to head 56,000 to MSET e-learning for the procurement of laptops and tablets for teachers and part students. In addition, subvention to UTEC and UWI were both increased by 250 million, while another 140 million has been added for effecting repairs to 3 high schools. The Ministry of Science and Technology received an increase of 1.887 billion, raising its allocation from 6.48 billion to 8.317 billion. Of the increase, 1.150 billion is allocated to Spectrum Management Authority to facilitate the refunding of spectrum license and regulatory fees and contribution to legal fees. Another 634 million was also added to MSET budget, including 64.8 to support GOJ's National Broadband Initiative, 300 million to provide operational support for USF projects, 270 million for procurement of laptops and tablets for teachers and park beneficiaries. The question was asked, what was the license refunded requirement for payment of 1.150 billion? The fees were refunded to Symbiote Investment Limited following a revocation of their telecommunication license by the Jamaica government of 2018. Madam Speaker, committee wish to express gratitude to the representatives of the ministries who appeared before the committee. Thanks also extended to the clerk of the House and staff for their administrative and other support, as that meeting ended about 4:30 in the afternoon. Madam Speaker, it pleases you. That's the end of the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the chairman of the PAAC has given a very fulsome account of what came before the PAAC, the deliberations, and the subsequent recommendations. But, Madam Speaker, you will recall that in previous years, the supplementary budget was only referred to the Standing Finance Committee before it's approved by the House. In an attempt to ensure that there was greater prudence in the management of the country's financial resources during the fiscal year, it became a statutory requirement that the supplementary budget be placed before the PAAC. And I think it was collective wisdom why it went to the PAAC. Public appropriations and administration, which is charged in its routine business to scrutinize the appropriations, the usage of those funds, and the management of those funds to optimize the expenditure in this financial year. In this particular exercise, this round, a few things came to light, which was very startling. And I raised them here, Madam Speaker, because we are 8 months in the financial year, thereabout. And therefore, we must make sure that the remainder of the year, we seek to correct some of these things. And what are some of the couple of things that came to the fore in this exercise? In recent weeks, the issue of garbage collection has become overbearing. So much so that the Prime Minister himself in this House expressed his embarrassment about it. And you know, some persons might not feel comfortable when these things are raised. And some truths are very uncomfortable. But truthful they are. Truthful they are. And if we don't face them, Madam Speaker, we're almost certain to perpetuate them and repeat them. And so against that background, I'm raising it here. The garbage collection issue is not something that jumped on us overnight. The challenges that challenges are faced by the NSWMA are not new. What we have witnessed in recent times is the manifestation of the failure to sufficiently adequate them to protect the health of the country. The 50 garbage trucks that are to be delivered or has been delivered in recent days is in fact a drop in the bucket. And as was said by the chairman, we can giggle about it because we don't have to deal. You don't have to deal with what the people have to deal with out there. So it's a giggle game for you. It's people's health realities that we face or we have to deal. We have to face. Madam, one regional leader saying, if you keep on blaming somebody else for your failure, Right? Madam Speaker, what the NSAA has reiterated to the committee is that yes, the 50 trucks will help. Everyone more will help. So we welcome the 50 trucks, indeed. And regardless of how much weren't purchased before, what is of the moment now is doing what ought to be done and what is urgent to be done. That is what is important. We can't find excuses and comfort in failures of the past. That might be comforting of the failures from resource allocation. What is before us now is what we have an obligation. All of us. All of us. This budget before us, Madam Speaker, it is not the JLP budget. It is the country's budget. The country as a whole. What I'm talking about, what we need to deal with as a country. So, Madam Speaker, my point about that is that in making the budget presentation and what we provide for, what we have seen in recent weeks and couple months is a situation that we budgeted for or failed to budget for. That's a reality. Yeah. The second one, Madam Speaker, is the JUTC. In the budget, as reported by the chairman, there's $1.something+ billion allocated to provide for fuel and lubricants. And in the inquiry at the committee, the JUTC told us that the $500 million roughly for fuel will not take them through their projected movement of passengers for the rest of the financial year. There are at least $200 million short. But that is one part of it. The other day when you had the strike or the withdrawal of services of the taxis and minibuses, we saw what happened to the commuters. We saw what the public was subjected to because of the absence of an adequate public transportation system. Madam Speaker, in my constituency and in the entire Portmore area, if you go there in the peak hours, morning and evenings, and see what the commuters have to face morning and evenings, it is distressing. And why? Because of the significant inadequate provision of public transport. We subject our people. We subject our people to that inhumanity by what we fail to do. Because, you know, Madam Speaker, when we do things and it is worthy, there's much applause, knocking off the desk and celebration. But you know what? We're quick to take credit for successes, but we don't take responsibilities for failure. And that's our problem. Right now, as we speak, the people who I represent, and many of us in this house, what they are subjected to. We drive in our private motor vehicles. We don't experience it. And for many of us, it's distant. It's them. It's not us. But they are our people. Their pain and hardship must be ours. And we seek to address it. So, Madam Speaker, I'm raising this because if we don't fix it, their situation is going to be continued. And we collectively here will be responsible for it. Laugh as we want, jeer as we want. They will continue to suffer that in our jeer. And it shows our own insensitivity. It shows, Madam Speaker, our own insensitivity. And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, we must not see these things that affect people's daily lives as just a statistical matter. How much we allocate. We must make budgetary allocation that can improve the minimum standard of their lives on a daily basis. That's the duty of us as government. Whichever side it happened to be, JLP or PNP, it's a collective responsibility. It's a collective responsibility. But you only have one government at a time. Yes, never forget it. It's our collective responsibility. And Madam Speaker, it is a bit uncomfortable that some of us find such joy in these reality of people out there. That we laugh and we jeer. Madam Speaker.
Members, we are getting out of hand. Please control ourselves. Please control ourselves. And there are some such of comments that are being made and referring to people as him and her, and so be careful. Please, let us remember. We
Madam
don't
Speaker,
have to be disrespectful in here.
Madam Speaker, some people can't help themselves. And we must not be detained by those. You know, you should be ashamed to open your mouth in this house. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the exercise we did recently, we inquired about two particular projects from the NWA. The road in St. Thomas, the South Coast Highway project. And Madam Speaker, I heard the member from Eastern St. Thomas pleading on behalf of our constituents. And rightfully so. And it demonstrated our own empathy for what the commuters that side were experiencing. But you know what came to the fore in the committee deliberations, Madam Speaker, when it was raised? What they are experiencing is what the government is prepared to pay for. That was what was told to us. What they are experiencing is what the government was prepared to pay for, because we were told that there's a cost attached to every improved level of service. I made reference to, for example, the Portmore leg of Highway 2000. I saw a bill before my eyes that during the period of that construction, you had 2 lanes of traffic while the construction was going on. They put in temporary roads to allow the movement of traffic while they build a new roadway that was being done. And as I said to the NWA, that is not a notional thing, because we saw it before our eyes. It happened. Can it happen again? Engineering, Madam Speaker, is a precise science. You design for what you design what you want, and you build what you want. So it was a bit disconcerting when we were told that what the people of St. Thomas is experiencing is what was negotiated and is what was contracted. I was struck when that came to our... Madam Speaker, the records of the committee answered will confirm what I'm saying. But you know, Madam Speaker, it is sad. It is sad that we subject our people to that experience which they are going through. The other road, Madam Speaker, from the NWA that came to the fore is the one through the junction. I reminded the NWA of his appearance before the committee. Was it last year, Mikhail? Yes, sir. When he gave the assurance that the next time they appear before the Parliament, the road would have been completed. I made the inquiry to find out, no, it wasn't completed. And the explanation was that there's 2 contracts. But if there are 2 contracts or 3 contracts, Madam Speaker, it's one road. And the people only understand the road that they are driving on. It is incumbent on us. It is incumbent on us to ensure that we make sure that the work that affects people's daily lives are improved. So I was really, really disappointed that just last week it was not completed. We are again assured that by March next year, that road will be completed. And I look forward to that. Madam Speaker, the other one that came to the fore that was referenced by the chairman is the police station being built in Green Acres. We saw it in the paper where...
Member, please.
Madam Speaker, it came to the committee's attention that the contract for that police station in the order of $63 million became flooded because the necessary contract, the drainage work to be done, was not done. As was reported by the chairman, we were told that it was 90% completed. I have seen documents from the NWA where the contractor and the agency responsible is obligated to gain approval for continued work at intervals of 20%, 40%, 60%, and 80%. In documentation by the NWA, it specified the drainage work that must be done for approval. Why am I raising this, Madam Speaker? These are state-executed operations. If we, as the government, are failing to observe the standards that we impose, what can we expect from the ordinary citizen out there? What can we expect? What can we expect? It's 90% completed, and the periodic inspection that is required, the government agency did not do it. And what happened? The place is flooded, which will compromise the available use of the police station in due time. And, Madam Speaker, additional and significant, and we are told that it's $70 million. How much? $70 million have to be spent for the drain.
And it didn't clean? It cleaned?
And why I emphasize, no,
it didn't clean.
No, to correct the word. Yes. Why raise it, Madam Speaker? Because the earlier things I referred to, like the JUTC allocation, the garbage truck allocation, etc. The Minister of Finance will tell you that why more cannot be provided for is because of limited resources.
But 70 million can't clean a drain.
Right? So we spend money in the way that was illustrated in respect of that police station. The question, how much more of these? How much more of these happen that undermine our ability as a country to improve on the minimum provisions for our people? Madam Speaker, if we don't do it, as a country, as a government, who's going to do it? And we must always be reminded, Madam Speaker, it is our obligation and our duty. My real pain, Madam Speaker, is that for too many of us, I know nothing, and life goes on. But you know, Madam Speaker, many of us have to look in the eyes and the faces of the people who suffer the inconveniences and the frustration from these failures on an ongoing basis. And we are on both sides who experience that. It's not only members on this side who have to deal with that. All of us have to face it. But we are the ones that must fix it. Because if we don't, who else? So, Madam Speaker, I hope that going forward, we will endeavor to do better. we will endeavor to do better for our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I understand members' comments, but I think I have to respond to the point he made on the Greenville police station. First of all, the country should be aware that that police station was the direct request of the community. The space
the responsibility of good behavior is on both sides.
Yes.
And the minister
I have to clarify the statement, Madam Speaker. I must clarify, Madam Speaker, I got the gist of what he was saying. The country should be aware that its police station was the direct request of the population, the community. They actually transferred or indicate that there was a green space reserved for the community. They made it very clear that the road is likely to be flooded, but the location on which was the green space for the community would not be flooded, and they would expect that the NWA would do the work to provide the drainage, which the NWA agreed to do. But the station was required as a matter of urgency. I mean, significant criminal activity in the area. It's a very well-established community, and the citizens are in need of it. In fact, the old police station was located miles away. The old station was falling apart, literally, had to be replaced. Citizens themselves went out of their way and designed the station, identified funding to start the station, got the contractor who is well known to the member who is speaking, got the contractor who is well known to him, and agreed that this was a good place to put the station. The plans were submitted and approved. And in the end, the involvement of the technical, you don't know it? I won't call him in Parliament for doing it, but he's their good friend. If you don't know. Right? Now,
Speaker, on a point of order.
I'm not implying any motive to the gentleman. I'm just saying the gentleman is known to you as a contractor. I'm not implying a motive to you. I'm just saying the building.
Question relevance.
Right. You may not. All right. The issue, Madam Speaker, that they designed, got resources, and what we had to do at the Ministry, of course, having had and laid out a policy for what is required standard for police station. We did some redesigning. As the first effort of the Ministry was to redesign the station to meet the standards for police station, because we just don't build buildings and put police officers in there. A police station is designed for a particular purpose and must have the required office space for the operation of the police force. That is a policy established since we have been in the ministry, and this government has done. They must have proper reception area, proper interview rooms for the detectives, and the appropriate community space for these geographic police stations. So our principle was to redesign the actual physical facility. And when the redesign was done, we needed more money. And the ministry, of course, put it in place because a necessary facility for the area in which it was. As far as and we proceed to build. There's need for drainage to be done, and I'm sure it's being done because there's a fair amount of land in the area that is underdeveloped. And the police station itself was built on a platform, and the interior of the station was not flooded. That's a remarkable event, although the pictures that were published showed it surrounded by water. The station was not damaged. But the roadway to the station was significant, was definitely not passable, and the members of the committee may be suggested as climate change, because normally the road, the frontal road is passable from the east. I don't know. I don't live there, right? Normally that road is not flooded in the process, but I understand it was flooded, but the station itself was not damaged. The contractor, who I said would be known to you, a responsible contractor, did in fact put the building on a platform which is some between 18 inches and 24 inches above ground, and therefore the interior of the building was not damaged. So there is no need to create loss. The ministry have decided before opening the station, we will in fact put in the drainage required to protect the station. And there's all need for that, and that's being done now, and we should be able to complete that process by March of next year, and we hope to open the station, no risk to the facility or to the men who will be working in there. Further drain will require area. That's not our response, but the government is one government I'm aware that the Ministry works in fact looking at how to provide drainage for the rest of the area. But the Ministry of National Security is putting in the required drain to protect the police station and the property around the police station and assure the community and the country the station itself was not damaged. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the report be approved and adopted.
Members, the question before the House is that the report brought by the member be approved. Do those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Report is approved.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for a recommittal of the item notice of motions given orally to allow the Minister of Finance to present the motion with regard to the supplementary estimates and the Minister of National Security to make the motion in relation to the SOE. May I please you, Madam Speaker?
Minister of Finance, Security, go ahead. And then the Minister of... Those in favour?
All right.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Prime Minister, I beg to move the PM, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, he will move the following motion. The Emergency Power Continuous Resolution 2022. Whereas by virtue of Section 20, Section 1, Section 2B of the Constitution of Jamaica, the Governor General may make a proclamation declaring that a state of public emergency exists if satisfied that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety. And whereas the Governor General has satisfied that a state of public emergency existed as a result of the aforementioned circumstances, and whereas on the 15th day of November 2022, the Governor General by proclamation declared that a state of public emergency exists in the parishes of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew, and further declare that the said proclamation shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period not exceeding 3 months as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all the members of each House. And where it is provided by Section 20, Part 3 of the Constitution of Jamaica that a proclamation made by the Governor General for the purpose done in accordance with that section shall, unless previously revoked, remain in force for 14 days or for such longer period and not exceeding 3 months as both Houses of Parliament may determine by a resolution supported by a 2/3 majority of all members of each House. And whereas under the provision of Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, it is lawful for the Governor General during a state of public emergency by order to make regulations for securing the essentials of life to the community. And whereas the Governor General, in exercise of the powers conferred upon him by Section 3(1) of the Emergency Powers Act, made the Emergency Powers Regulations 2022 for securing the essentials of life to the entire area comprising the parishes of St. James, Hannibal, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew during the state of public emergency. And whereas Section 3(4) of the Emergency Powers Act provides that any regulation so made shall be laid before the Senate and House of Representatives as soon as may be after they are made, and shall not continue in force after the expiration of the 7 days from the time they are so laid before the Senate and House of Representatives, whichever shall be later, unless a resolution is passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives providing for the continuance thereof. And whereas the emergency powers, parish of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the parish of Kingston and St. Andrew Regulations 2022 were laid in the Senate on the 17th day of November 2022 and the House of Representatives on the 22nd day of November 2022. And whereas it is desirable that the state of public emergency declared as aforementioned, remain and continue in force for a further period of 46 days until the 14th day of January 2023. And B, the emergency powers, Parish of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the Parish of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2022, continue in force until the expiration of the state of public emergency. Now therefore be it resolved by this Honourable House as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the emergency powers, Parish of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the Parish of Kingston, St. Andrew, Continuance Resolution 2022. 2. The state of public emergency declared by the Governor General by the proclamation on the 15th of November 2022 shall remain in force for a further period of 46 days until the 14th day of January 2023. 3. The emergency powers, Parish of St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, Clarendon, St. Catherine, and specified areas in the Parish of Kingston and St. Andrew, Regulations 2022, are hereby continued in force until the 14th day of January 2023. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice at a later stage today he will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable Honourable the Prime Minister to take this motion.
Minister of Finance, member from North West St. Andrew.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House. I will move. Be it resolved that the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023, and the Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023, which were laid on the table of the House on the 8th day of November 2022, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House, for consideration and report. And be it further resolved that the committee, during its deliberations, take into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023, and Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023, which was laid on the table of the House on the 22nd day of November 2022. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today I'll move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question is for the suspension of the standing orders to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
Members, the question is that the motion be approved. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Aye.
The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the meeting of this House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the first supplementary estimate of expenditures and the Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023.
Members? Those against? The ayes have it. The House is now suspended. The Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. Members, you would remember that on the 8th of November 2022, the House of Representatives, by resolution, referred the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2022-2023 and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023 to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, for consideration and report. This committee, members, is now ready to start its deliberations, and I seek the guidance of the House Leader as to how we will proceed. But before I do this, may I ask the member from North East St. Anne to offer a word of prayer.
Colleagues, let us pray. Excuse me. Okay. Heavenly Father, this is the day that you have made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. We ask that you grant unto us your grace and wisdom as we meet to deliberate on the finances of our public sector. We acknowledge that our public sector is an integral part of our country and impacts all our daily lives. Jamaica is your country, Lord, and I pray that our thoughts, words, and actions during these deliberations shall be acceptable to your sight, give you glory, and bless our fellow Jamaicans. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, member. House Leader, your guidance as to how we'll proceed.
Madam Speaker, it's a normal practice, I think, that when the PAAC has reviewed the supplementary estimates and have covered in detail all the subheads, that the House pays attention to the report of the PAAC. So I would suggest that in that vein, the House would be very mindful of the report that the PAAC has given. May it please you, Chairman.
Is the Minister of Finance wanting to do some opening remarks?
Madam Chair,
some short opening remarks.
Madam Chair, just requesting your consent to stay here for the committee rather than to move traditionally into that area
sure.
for ease of logistics. I don't have any opening remarks, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move right into questions. You want?
Yes. So we'll move right into the...
So, Madam Speaker, we may now proceed.
Madam Speaker.
To put the page.
I thought, I'll be guided. Should we put the heads and then the questions that come, or are we going?
No, Madam Speaker, it is customary for the opposition spokesman on finance to make a comment if he so wishes. After, yes, and then we can put the heads.
Madam Speaker, I have a couple of questions for the Minister. The bulk of the $60 billion is allocated to the public sector compensation review, $21 billion to be exact, and I have some questions related to that, particularly in light of the information that a number of unions have signed off on the agreement. I had asked the Minister 2 weeks ago when he had presented the supplementary estimates, but he had indicated he couldn't answer the questions at the time as he was still in the middle of negotiations. So my first question is to the Minister. There are a number of allowances that are going to be discontinued retroactive to April 2022. I would like to know whether those allowances are going to be clawed back or would have to be refunded by those civil servants. Secondly, I want the Minister to explain the basis on which public servants will be placed within pay bands. And I want to give an example. And I'll use the example for us within this chamber as members of Parliament. We are now being moved into a category where other civil servants would be placed. We are not subject to performance-based evaluations, so we can't move within a pay band. So I would want to know, for example, and I'm just using us as an example, how would we be placed? And how would other civil servants who fall into that category be placed? Because as you can appreciate, within a band, you have the low end and you have the high end. And that disparity can be significant, millions within that band. So the basis on which persons would be placed within the pay band. Third, can you confirm whether there would be no increments paid to public servants over the 3-year period that this agreement will be in place? There is usually a 2.5% increment, which is done on an annual basis. Is that going to continue or is that removed? So those are my first 3. I have a couple others, but I'd like the Minister to respond to those.
Okay, thank you. First of all, we are, as I will probably say again during the substantive debate, grateful to the leadership of the public sector unions and to the members of the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service and the Transformation Implementation Unit for the progress that has been made thus far, which is quite significant given the sweeping nature of the changes. A question was asked about allowances that will no longer apply, and given that all of these changes are effective the 1st of April, what happens to persons who have been in receipt of those allowances so far? There will be no refunds required. Persons who have been in receipt of allowances from April 1st, no, there will be no refund required. We just go forward.
And just for clarity, there will be no netting off either when the retroactive sums for the 8-month period would be paid in December.
So the discontinuation of the allowances is not retroactive then?
So meaning, I know everybody is going to get what we call back pay and would get 8 months. These allowances which have already been paid won't be netted off against that sum. I'm asking.
Okay, what I'd say is that we're not going to do anything by the way of any refunds that would be required. To the extent you're saying, to the extent the back pay calculation is going to be based on what someone should be earning from April 1st. Okay, so what people will be earning from April 1st is for everybody will be higher than they're earning today. So everybody there will be a back portion for everyone. Okay, all right.
That's not the question. That's very clear. What I'm saying is for the persons who would have received 8 months of allowances, which are now going to be discontinued, retroactive to April 1st, whether that discontinuation of those allowances would be net off against the quote-unquote back pay.
You're using my sort of you're spin on it. You're using a very negative spin on it about whether allowances will be netted off. No, persons will have a new salary effective the 1st of April, which is higher on a net basis than their existing salary. And we will calculate that salary, the new salary for 10 months. You have the old salary for 10 months, and the difference will be paid as back pay. There's nothing about that is complicated. Well, you can ask the question the way you want to ask the question. You can ask it the way you want to ask it. All members of the public service will receive more.
They are going to net it off.
That is exactly what he said.
So I am very clear about that, right?
what you have not answered directly, right, relates to allowances which are going to be discontinued retroactive to April 1st.
Yeah, but you've asked a one-sided question. A fair way to ask your question is that there's going to be new salary that's going to be paid, higher salary that's going to be paid. So I don't want you to come here and try and, give the impression as if, stuff is being taken away and not given back. Everyone will earn more than they earned before. And
clear.
The new higher salary will exist for the 10 months or whatever the period is, or 11 months. And it will be compared with the older salary, and the difference, which is a positive difference for everybody, will be paid as back pay.
All right, you can answer the other questions, because you don't answer that.
The other questions that you had asked. The other question that you'd asked, movement into the pay band, just for the benefit of those who might be watching or listening. We have pay scales, and in central government, 16 pay scales. Are you asking about how do you move to one of those scales, one of those 16, or how you move within the 16?
I'm asking what would be the basis, for example, for placing someone in the pay scale. So let's take this group in here, members of parliament. We don't have performance-based evaluations. We can move within a pay scale. So for example, where would we be placed? At the bottom, the middle, the top? I'm just asking, and this is, I'm using this example, but it could be applicable to other public servants.
All right, so let me ask you generally first. We have 16 pay scales, 16 levels. We have 325 grades today. Each of those 325 grades is mapped into a particular level. Okay? In the existing system, there are increments, and within each band, you have a certain number of scales within each band. And there's a mapping from the old system into the new. Now, when you ask specifically about members of parliament, as I've said before, but since you use as an example, I look forward to having an opportunity to dialogue with all members of parliament. It will be a very interesting session, I'm sure, where we can sort of describe in more detail. But there's a job evaluation, a single job evaluation tool that is applied to all jobs, and that job evaluation tool, when applied to a job and a job description, determines where or at what level a particular job is placed in the new scale. The question you're asking about is very specific to members of parliament who don't have performance increments.
I use that as an example.
Okay.
You're moved to 16 bands, right? Now, let's say you're in band 6.
Mm-hmm.
Band 6 can start at, I don't know, whatever, 7 million, and may go up 13 grades to maybe 10 million.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, how would you determine where someone starts in the band?
Okay.
Do they start at 1, 4, 5, 30?
So there's a conversion table that exists, and the conversion table takes the existing system and where one might be along the increments and maps it into the new system. If I do it from memory, within a particular band, persons in scales 1 to 4 map onto the first point of the new system. From 5 to, I believe it's 8, map onto the second point of the new system. Persons with first seniority, second seniority map onto the third point of the new system, and persons with third seniority map onto the fourth point of the new system. So there's a conversion table that is available and that will be applied that maps persons beyond just and I'm using grade for the 16, into the particular point within each grade.
And I don't want to get caught up with the MP I just used as an example, because I know there are other public servants who may be in a similar situation. So my third question was, can you confirm whether for the 3 years, there would be no possibility of movements, increments being paid for that 3-year period.
Allow me to get back to you on that. Yeah.
On the issue of, could you update us on the status of the motor vehicle concession? We had heard before, well, that it may have been put in abeyance or it wasn't part of the package. Can you state specifically what the status of that is? And also, can you confirm whether the increase that is being provided represents 17.5% over a 3-year period?
There's no change to the duty concession policy for public servants at this point in time. It is a matter that will remain under discussion. With respect to the second question, no, I said I'd get back to that. You asked the second one a while ago.
I was asking if the increase amounts to 17.5% over the 3-year period.
The increase varies, member. Persons at the bottom of the scale who are on the lowest salaries in government will experience a substantial increase in emoluments and in take-home pay. And this is a restructuring. If we were seeking to simply increase everyone's salary by the same amount, we would not restructure the system. The system is filled with inequities and imbalances and things that are inconsistent. And the only way to address those imbalances and inequities and inconsistencies is to reconfigure the entire system. Actually, to disband the old system and to implement a new one with a mapping between the two. Now, when you do that, different jobs, different individuals will experience different levels of increases. Within that context, we have provided, I think it's in the public domain, guaranteed that on a net basis there will be a minimum that no one should go below. The vast majority of persons will be higher than that amount, and in some cases a lot higher than that amount. In many cases a lot higher than that amount. But we have a guaranteed floor on a net basis under which it can't fall.
Could you indicate at this point what percentage of the public service in terms of union representation have signed off on the agreement, and how much in terms of percentage, what percentage is outstanding at this point?
So here's how I, just so you understand. The numbers of government employees in categories represented by unions number approximately, of central government, approximately 60,000 employees. That's a majority of central government employees. Indeed, it's a majority of all public sector employees. We are still in discussions, advanced discussions, with the teaching profession, which numbers approximately 25,000, with the police, which numbers 12 or 13,000, somewhere in that. But you have the correctional officers and others that bring that number up a little bit. So between the police and teachers, it would take us from 60,000 to just under 100, and that would pretty much complete central government. And by police, I mean I'm also in after the police, correctional officers. That's pretty much central government, and then we just have the public bodies that are left, and the public bodies anywhere between 10 and 12,000 persons, but splintered into a number of groups, a number of public bodies, as you know. The approach to the public bodies will differ from the approach with central government unions, in that we'll do it public body by public body, and the management and the boards will have a key role to play. Again, the key element there is just a mapping from the existing jobs to the new scale, and we're far advanced in those. So I think I've provided a fulsome answer to your question as to where we are and what remains out. So the good news is that as far as central government is concerned, we have, in terms of numbers, a couple of large groups, teachers and police being the largest of them. We do, we have medical doctors as well. That's relatively small in terms of numbers. But 60,000 represents a strong start. 60,000 is a majority of central government and a majority of public sector at large.
So to confirm, those individuals represented by unions who have signed off thus far would begin to receive their new pay grade and the retroactive amount in December. The others who have not signed off, you will continue negotiations until those are completed.
Yeah, so remember, we're going to work assiduously to ensure that persons in groups represented by unions who have signed, that they receive their back pay as soon as possible and begin to receive their new compensation as soon as possible. We're working towards December. That will require a second supplementary, because the way in which government works, as you know, with this first supplementary, what we're doing is and I'll probably speak to it more later, but we're making overall provision for the payments in this fiscal year, but it sits in a provision in the Ministry of Finance and Public Service for the Ministry of Local Government, the Ministry of Industry and Commerce to pay the increases that are due. Those amounts have to be allocated to those ministries. At the time the supplementary was being tabled, there was no agreement, and even if there was, it takes a number of steps, at least 10 steps, before you can get to the point of finalizing that the Ministry of Industry and Commerce should get X dollars to pay for its work, because it's a complete overhaul of compensation. So to facilitate payment in December will require us coming back to the House pretty quickly, and I'd hope that Chairman of the PAC and members of the PAC will oblige, and members of Parliament will oblige, as we all work to see and to work towards persons in groups who have signed, receiving payment in December. But that would be a necessary step on the process.
So when would you be in a position to definitively state, because there are people who may have plans and probably spend the money before they get it, when would you be in a position to state definitively that those persons represented by unions who have signed off will get in December, or if not, in January?
Well, what I can say is that that is our plan and intention. That's what we're working towards. We will know it for sure once it passes the House, right? You can't pay until the House approves that you can pay. So the step, I don't want to trivialize. This is not an increase. This is a complete dismantling of an old compensation system and putting in its place something entirely new. It's an extremely ambitious exercise, and the steps involved in implementing it now are many. There has to be training of payroll officers for the calculations that now obtained given the agreements, right? We had to agree what the conversion was going to be, 1 to 4, 2 to 5, from 1 to 4 to 1, from 5 to 8 to 2, and all of those things. You have to make sure that all payroll officers understand this. Instructions to ministries, departments, and agencies, calculation of new salaries. The Public Expenditure Division has to complete all the pages, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then we have to go through the whole supplementary process.
Minister,
What the commitment is? The commitment is that we are working towards ensuring that persons in groups who have signed up until last week Friday receive payments of the amounts owed under this new compensation agreement from the 1st of April. That those amounts are received in December. We're working towards that. We will require the cooperation of ministries, departments, and agencies in the supply of information, and we will require the cooperation of Parliament, because a necessary route to payment in December will require the tabling of a second supplementary that apportions the amounts to ministries, the amounts due to ministries, departments, and agencies. And in some cases, the back amounts will be significant, in particular for those at the bottom of the scale, significant in relation to their annual salaries.
Thank you very much. Minister, that's a few questions. I heard the response that you gave to the member from Southeast St. Andrew, but I'm still trying to pin it down clearly, so help me a little bit here. You say that you're working towards ensuring that individuals get payment in December of the new payment. But from what you have said, am I correct in thinking that it is highly likely that what they would be expecting would be discounted by allowances that they had received, which would now not be seen as allowances? In other words, the new compensation arrangement would have rolled these allowances in one, yeah? Which means that the figure that they are anticipating based on the band that they see and how they have worked out in their head what they should be getting would really not be that full amount, because you would be charging the allowances that they have already gotten as part of what they should get, which means that they now get a smaller amount.
Okay,
that's what happens when you don't. No, that's what happens when you don't come straight. So I have to ask again.
No. This is not a complicated system, and we have spent 4 years working with our partners in the union on this restructuring, and particularly over the last year, it has been quite intense. And I certainly know that the leaders of the public sector unions, who are partners in this exercise and who represent workers in this exercise, understand exactly what is happening, and I believe that they have a duty to, and I believe they have been explaining to employees. We have a new salary system, new salary scale that employees are entitled to from the 1st of April, and we have an old salary system that persons received from the 1st of April. The difference will represent what the back pay is, the net difference.
Yeah. So thank you very much for being as forthright that it will be the difference that they will be receiving in December.
No, but you're focused.
But
you're focused on what? No, allow me.
No, Minister, please. I'm going to ask you not to tell me what I'm focused on. I have said something.
Yeah, but I'm saying what you have said is highlighting only one part of an equation. Okay, salaries are going up. So to the extent that the salary difference is a positive difference, that will also be a part of what the back pay is. Everyone will have compensation that is higher than they had before, and as a result, they will be in receipt of what is commonly called and termed back pay. And we have spent months and months and years with our partners in the union discussing and dialoguing and going through permutations and combinations and turning it upside down. And employees and workers have been well represented in that regard. And I would hope that you bear that in mind. Okay?
Minister, you might believe that I'm being frivolous. I really am not. I have not been at the table with you as the union leaders have. And so you're quite at liberty to say what you believe is the understanding of union leaders and the representatives. I am speaking, though, because My sister has come to me. Individuals in the constituency who are government workers, they have come to me. Others who belong to other unions have come to me because they are still not clear. Now, it is my unlike you, I take my responsibility seriously. So when persons come and ask me, it means that they are still unclear. And Minister, whether your members would want to try and stop me from speaking, I do intend to represent those that have sent me here. And the questions that they have given me to ask, I am going to ask them. They can be disregarded, they can be discounted, they can be belittled. That's fine. I know who I am representing, and that is why I have asked the questions. I have another question to ask, Minister. In relation to there is an opinion, a school of thought, that there are individuals who are working in the ministries and government agencies who are still not being paid the most applicable minimum wage. And I was wondering if you were current. That's what I said, that's why I said the most applicable, because I go into that, which is the current minimum wage. I'm referring, of course, Minister, to a number of security guards, security officers who are working in the ministries. I say in because I'm very well aware that they are not directly employed by the ministry. But many are thinking that the government would have a responsibility to ensure that even when individuals are employed through a third party, that one, the current minimum wage is what is being offered and used in the calculation of a rate that the ministry accepts. And secondly, especially because of the recent ruling of September 23rd, I think it is, NHT versus Marksman, I would believe that the government has begun to do some amount of calculation, some amount of introspection about the implication of the ruling as it relates to those who are working for government. So I want to ask you whether or not that introspection has been done, and secondly, if it is reflected in what we have before us, and if it is not, what is the thinking of the government of Jamaica?
Yeah, so I'll remind you, as I did earlier, that it is the government that took security companies to court. The government of Andrew Holness through the NHT. And to the extent that progress has been made, that fact should stand on the record. Now, you ask about security guards employed to government. We don't, to the best of my knowledge, persons who are directly employed to government are paid according with the laws of Jamaica. Their terms may differ. Some may be salaried employees, some may be weekly employees, some may be contract employees. But I suppose you're asking about the security services that we procure from security guard companies who themselves employ individuals. Right. You know, we're having a forthright conversation, which is in the interest of the public at large. One of the challenges that's been faced generally is that judgment did not come with a transitional period. Meaning the judgment basically said, as at a particular date, this is the situation, as opposed to, you know, give a 3 months or a 4 months or a 6 months. And
just as a point of information, it declared the law as it has always been, but declined to offer retroactive payments. So it's saying going forward, you have to comply. But because of the delay in bringing the proceedings and so on, they would not award a retroactive payment, again, in favor of the NHT. So, yeah.
Sorry, it wasn't retroactive, but it wasn't retroactive, I agree. But what it had the effect of doing is to say from September 26, I believe that was the date or somewhere near there, the law that has always been existed, that law is clarified, and if you didn't understand it before, this is what it says. The challenge that has introduced, as I understand it, is that the contractual changes that have to be made clearly can't be made in a day, or maybe in 2 days, or in 2 weeks, or in 3 weeks. You're talking about 20,000 people employed, each with an employment contract, and these firms service several hundred establishments in the public and private sector, and all of those would have to be rewritten. I think the industry is working feverishly, as I understand it, to arrive at a process that can allow for those changes to be made. We have summed up the total amount that we spend in government on security services, and it's in the order. I'm not talking about public bodies now, I'm saying in central government. It's an order of a very few billion, maybe 2 to 3 billion overall. And as such, the exposure of the government can't be considered significant in the context of our overall budget. How we have customarily budgeted is that we need clarity on numbers before we put it before Parliament. We don't say, hey, I think the adjustment is going to be X, and then no, we wait until we're crystal clear on what the adjustment is, and then we make changes to budgetary figures. And I believe that clarity will come shortly. But whatever the 2-3 billion for the year, but whatever that adjustment is in the context of our overall budget, it's not significant. And indeed, we are likely to have under expenditure in other areas that will easily, allow us to accommodate that whatever increase in expenditure.
Minister, you conveniently limited the consideration to central government and not the public bodies, because I'm sure that you would have thought that if you included that, then the exposure would have been significant. The third part of my question was really, if you have not done that yet, what is the thinking and the movement? And I ask on the basis of a couple of things. One is that there are individuals saying that the contract sum that is agreed between the government and whatever third parties could not have been based on current minimum wage. And that if you look at what the contract sum is, you would be clear that for the hours that are being provided, it could not be on the basis of the current minimum wage. Which would mean that these security officers are not being paid minimum wage. So that is there. It is part, Minister, of the reason why the security officers have actually asked for a meeting with the government and with the Minister of Labour in particular. And I would want to very humbly suggest that it would be useful to ask the Minister of Labour to meet, because as you have said, it is not something that can be implemented overnight. But the way the conversation is proceeding pretends that the security officers themselves are not deserving of a voice, because currently that voice does not exist. They are trying to come together. I saw a demonstration, I heard them talking. They have asked for a meeting, and I believe that they are deserving of a meeting. As you do your other calculations, Minister, to get to that figure that would then come back to us, I want you to really look at whether or not the sums charged, because ordinary people, when they go into a contract, they are looking to make sure that nobody is employing someone and not paying them right because they're working on your development, for example. And I think government has, at the very least, that basic responsibility. So I want to ask that. I also wanted to bring to your attention, Minister, that due to the delay, we now have a category of workers called semi-employees. So semi-employees, some of whom are actually working with the government, again, through these third-party arrangements. And I really just believe, as we're looking at the budget, because the whole purpose of what we're looking at here is to make sure that Jamaican workers are appropriately compensated given the ability of the government. Am I correct? And therefore there should be no category of worker who is without our protection, especially when many of those happen to come to work in a government office or a government building.
Yeah, so, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. As I said, it is this government that effectively took the matter to court, meaning being, under the, the NHT with a board appointed by the Prime Minister that saw this matter through. And it's a matter that would have existed long before, right? But to see it through and to get clarity on it. Now, it is something I think wisdom would dictate that we work together on, because the sources and origin of this problem, if you go all the way back, you'll kind of see that a lot of reliance was placed on letters by previous ministers of finance to security companies, giving them the assurance, or purportedly giving them the assurance that categorizing these individuals as contractors was in accordance with the existing framework. So, it's easy, I think, to point out how we got here. Ensuring that, having had the clarity provided by the courts, that we move forward positively, making sure that that judgment is abided by and implemented fairly and smoothly, will require cooperation, collaboration, conversation. But the government stands ready to do its part for sure, and on that the people of Jamaica can have every confidence.
Just for clarification, Minister, I was very deliberate in what I asked. I didn't speak about how we got here. I spoke about where we are. Because those of us who are in this house today have to deal with where we are and going forward. And so I could have, but I did not speak about how we got here. And I did not try to attribute blame anywhere. I simply spoke as a parliamentarian in 2022 in this house as we are discussing the estimates. And I hope you would have seen that. I'm not sure what else I heard in what you said, and I'm trying not to enter your brain, just to listen. I want to assure you,
very wise and
mature. I want to assure you, Minister. No, I know, especially now. And I want to assure you, Minister, that the opposition stands ready to work in making sure we can find a solution as we go forward, not to muddy the waters, not to create confusion, but as you would know, we take our responsibility seriously. And so when we come here, when we raise it, we just want it to be taken as we are giving it. Nothing more, nothing less.
And this is a very serious matter, and I'm happy to hear on behalf of the Minister of Labour, or the member, my neighbour, parliamentary constituency neighbour, who is listening attentively, to hear from you and I'm sure you speak for your colleagues, that the opposition is willing to work together on this issue. To ensure that we have a smooth transition that observes the ruling of the court, and that is as least disruptive to the lives of individuals as possible.
Minister, just one question consequential on what the member for Southwest St. Andrew had asked you. In the context where the government has contracted with a security company in 2021 on a 3-year contract, which is predicated on the wage structure prevailing then and maybe some provision for inflation or something for adjustments, then there is a minimum wage award in the earlier part of 2022, which entitles workers in the security industry to a certain sum, which is higher than where they were before. And there's no provision in the contract for an adjustment to the contract sum with the government to take account of that increase. And the risk of that is passed through effectively to the workers because they are not going to get that increase. They're still being paid on the basis of the minimum wage that prevailed before the most recent adjustment. What is the position of the government in dealing with that matter? Particularly, is the government willing to ensure an adjustment to the contract amount for the duration of the remaining duration of the contracts so as to facilitate those workers earning the current minimum wage rather than being stuck at the old minimum wage which prevailed before when the contract was originally negotiated?
No, if I'm understanding you, I mean, my sort of interpretation is the minimum wage law is the law of the land. And so when the minimum wage is changed for security guards, every security guard must get the new level. And to the extent that is not the case, then I would stand with everybody who heaps disgust at that, if that's not the case. If you can point out instances where members of security guards are not getting the new minimum wage?
This is what I understand to be the information that we have, that there are persons in the security industry working who have not received the benefit of that increase because their employer contracted on the basis of a certain cost structure which was in existence when the contract was signed, which predated that increase, and has not been prepared to absorb the loss that would be entailed because it is not earning anything more from the government for its services under that contract. So that's why I was asking, would the government in such an instance, in the interest of the workers, be prepared to make an appropriate adjustment to the contract amount paid to the employer company so as to ensure that as from the date that the employees ought to have been paid at a higher rate under the new minimum wage, they in fact can get that money?
I mean, I'd have to kind of see the specific cases they're referring to, but as a matter of principle, the companies are obligated by law. They're standing on very shaky ground to use that as an excuse or an argument. And this ruling by the court, even though it's on another matter, should bring them to their senses. That defense will not stand up. And businesses, the reason why the prospect of profit exists is because risk also exists. And, in other areas of the economy, when prices adjust, unless your contract provides for it, you can't just come and say, I want to negotiate a contract sum. And you want your government to be vigilant with the revenue of the country, and not necessarily to part away with things that are not contractually due. I think that those companies have an obligation to pay their workers at the new minimum wage level. No matter, they have an obligation to do that.
They certainly do have that obligation. I think the challenge is that from the point of view of the quality of bargaining power or the disequilibrium in bargaining power between them and their workers, they have been able to effectively deny their workers that increase because there's no clear recourse to the worker that's easily available to ensure that they get paid at the full rate. And the employer is saying, I can't pay you at the full rate because I have a contract which was priced based on what I was paying you before. So I was just wondering whether this is not an issue where, given that these workers are actually working in the government facilities, providing services to the government, albeit through a different employer, that the government shouldn't proactively intervene in this to try and regularize that situation. It may cost some money, I understand that, but I think it's an important thing to fix.
Right. No, I hear on the money. The money is not so much a concern as the moral hazard of protecting companies against business risk. But there may be a greater good to be considered, which is the lives of the individuals who are being affected and their families. To the extent that is brought to my attention through a respective ministry, I'd be happy to take a look at that. Yeah.
Minister, it's not surprising that the it's not surprising that it's not surprising that the MSME sector has had a difficult time in the post-COVID and the high inflationary and rate increases. It has been very difficult, and the information I have is that it's about as much as 40% of MSMEs have been adversely affected. Most, if not all of that number, has been declared, has gone out of business, shuttered, a high number. And so I'm pleased to see on 503 in this supplemental that some amount has been provided in the supplemental budget for MSME support and development, as well as, importantly to my mind, the insolvency regulation. What are you aware of the policy, these additional sums? What are the policy measures there to protect and to give some protection to the MSME sector, both in respect of the impacts of those various things we pointed out and the insolvency legislation?
You're referring me to page, which page?
Page 5303. 53,003. We have the increases both for the MSME support and for insolvency regulation.
Right. Some of on the insolvency regime. Let me just see something here. Just tell me the page number at the bottom. 53,003 or 2? 3. Right. So if you look on the right, that's what I just wanted to see, just to make sure. We operate a number of small business development centers, where these are community-based centers that support really small business, and we're providing additional support to them. And in respect of the insolvency regime, this is going to be, is it not consultancy and public, it's usually human capital expenses.
In pursuit of what policy?
No, I don't think there's any policy change there. It's really to make sure that the framework works.
Minister, sorry. On that issue, the Insolvency Act that we now have was passed, I think maybe around 2014. Okay, so that's 8 years ago. It has a provision in it to be reviewed. And the period for that review has passed. It is a complex piece of legislation, as you are familiar with, and it has been working in practice in particular ways. There's a sufficient time, I think, to recognize where it may need adjustment, improvement. It's very important that we go through that exercise so that we can take it to the next level and ensure that it's working efficaciously to help make Jamaica as efficient an economy as possible in how we allocate resources, especially with firms that are in financial distress. I'm asking, when will we have that statutory review, which is now overdue? And it applies not only to insolvency, but also to security interests in personal property, both of them. But I know that we're discussing insolvency now.
Tell me the page number. What's the page number?
5303. 5303. The very page that you're on. I haven't moved you off it. So
What's the page number, member? Which amount are you talking about?
5303. Yeah.
I'll pass the message on to my colleague, Minister. You're looking at
the junior minister over there.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm asking, when are we going to have this review?
Yes.
It needs to happen, Minister. Yeah.
Minister, thank you, Madam Chairman. Minister, I'm 42,004. There's item there for arrears of $1 billion. That's arrears over 90 days. Can you say what is the extent of the arrears over 90 days owed by the regional health authorities to suppliers?
So we definitely have some work to do and I think the Minister has said it himself, in the financial administration and regional health authorities. Right? Sometimes the visibility is not all there, and we need have some work to do here. This is a big allocation to take care of some of the backlog. I don't have on me right now how much the total over 90 is, but I think that we've made a significant dent on it. I'm going to ask for that figure, and I believe I'll get it before the session is over, and I'll let you know. Huh? Yes.
Minister, just
on that note, a question was asked earlier about like judges, MPs have a fixed salary. We're not on a scale. So judges are similar. That the salary is X. There isn't a thing that goes up. That has just been habit, custom over a long period of time. I didn't want to open it up again, but I said I'd get back to you on it.
No. What you have answered, I know. The question was where on the scale you have 16. Well, maybe I'm using scales and bands interchangeably. You have 16 bands, and then within the bands you have the scale. So all I'm asking is, right, on the scale. Yeah, that's the question.
So we will I've taken up the principal position of trying to respond to the people we serve first.
Again, I'm not advocating as a trade union officer for MPs.
For MPs, I understand.
It's a principle.
Yes. So we will have the opportunity at the right. I want to discuss that at the right time when we have finished with the groups that we serve first, and then we can go into that.
So let me ask you, how many public sector, if you want to call them groups, would be in a similar category?
No, not. I mean, MPs are pretty unique in that regard. MPs and councillors are in a different category in that regard. And certainly I'm treating it that way. I'm putting elected officials last. Okay?
I get that point, but I'm just saying judges are, how many other similar categories would be in the same position?
I don't know of any other, to be honest with you. I mean, Governor General, stuff like that, but I don't know of any other category that's like that. Everyone else in the central government, they're paid on scales. Certainly central government. Yeah.
Minister, there are some special categories that we have been speaking about over years. I'm happy to see that our parliamentary staff will be better taken care of. Not the ultimate, but we're happy that that is happening. But remember, we have our drivers and secretaries. And this has been, as you know, an outstanding area that I think we have an obligation to ensure their future. And in particular, apart from the net salaries that they do get, many of them serve us for so long and retire in poverty. You had promised me that we're going to address that. I feel obliged again to raise it and to ask that we do something urgently for those categories.
Well, I'm happy to inform you that with the agreement that the government of Jamaica has reached with the public sector unions that have signed so far, persons who are in the category of drivers will experience a substantial lift in their incomes as a result of the public sector restructuring.
Chairman. Just to be clear, are they pensionable now? Because that to me is probably more important than just the salary every month.
Yeah, the restructuring did not address that aspect of it, but to have a substantial uplift, that doesn't mean it's not going to be done, right? We're focused here on the compensation aspect. Reform is continuous and ongoing. But I think we will, at the right time, all be able to celebrate that our drivers are in receipt of much larger take-home pays than before. Yeah?
No, Chairman, Madam Chair, further on that point, Minister, I really welcome what you have just mentioned about the increase for the drivers, which I take it include the parliamentary drivers and not the drivers in the public service. There's a whole host of drivers in the public service, but it includes the parliamentary drivers. In much the same way that it is of merit to address those for the drivers, it is no less for the secretaries who work with the same persons that the drivers serve. So I think we should not separate them. Right? And second point, Minister, the point was made about the pension, and you said it's not addressed now, it's just the compensation. I would like if you could give the assurance, not requiring you to give a deadline at this time when it would be, but when it comes into being, it does not leave many of those behind who have served for a very long time. In other words, there is sufficient retroactiveness to cause them not to become losers in the exercise that you intend to pursue at a later date.
Member, I think you can draw confidence from the fact that the government has undertaken a very complex and ambitious exercise to restructure the compensation of 110,000 public sector workers, something that people did not think would happen, did not think possible 4 years ago. The fact that we are 60% of the way there should give comfort that the remaining issues of that can be described as inequitous or undesirable, right? That we are going to address them. It takes time. It takes time, but we're going to address them. Right? I don't hold me to anything. The approach that we take is a very analytical, data-driven approach. So it's not one where we go out and make a promise up front before we have had a chance to look at the data and on the implications. But there are a lot of other things that we hope to address over time. But the fact that we have taken this on and we're getting it done should give you confidence that we will get to that issue that you have mentioned as well. Hope and confidence.
Chairman Page.
Thank you very much, members. I'm now going to House Leader. I am thinking of putting the heads.
Chairman, I think that would be in order.
Okay. Members, I now put head 0, 1,000 to head 15,000. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put head 15010. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put heads 15020 to 16,000. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put head 16049 to 19,000. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put heads 19,000C. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. And I put 19046. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put head 19048 to 20,000. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put heads 20,000C. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I put head 20011. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I put head 20017 to 20056. Those in favor? The ayes have it. I put head 26,000 to heads 26,000 and to 27,000. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put heads 28,000 through to 28,025. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put head 28,031 to 42,000. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put head 42,000 C to 51,000 C. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put head 53,000 to 72,000. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put the first supplementary estimates. Those in favor? First supplementary estimates, and we don't have any amendments.
Madam Chair, can you put the amendments before the committee, please? Amendments deal with typographical matters mostly, minor typos, incorrect entries, and correction of description. There's no impact on the overall supplementary estimate numbers.
Members, I now put the amendments as circulated. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the first supplementary estimates as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. And I now put the report of the first public bodies. Public bodies. I now put the Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of expenditure, revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign this? Those in favor?
Wait, before you reach it, where's there's something missing, sorry.
Members, I put the public bodies estimate for this financial year. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the report of the first supplementary estimates and Jamaica Public Bodies revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023 is now before me. Is it your wish that I should sign this? Those in favor? Those against? Very well. Where is the... Members, the question is that the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee be now adjourned. Those in favor? Those against? The meeting is now adjourned. We are going to ask for about a break of 5 minutes for the report to be circulated. Is that okay? Minister, I have signed, members, I have signed it, you know, but we cannot go ahead unless the report is copied and before us in Parliament. So it takes 5 minutes for us to copy it.
Mommy?
Yes, Zoe?
Can we read this book? It will only take 10 minutes.
Sure, sit down. Every spring, Madame Angel Wing arranges.
Do you have 10 minutes? Read with your child today. Reading with your children for just 10 minutes each day helps develop their language and listening skills, stimulates their imagination, and expands their understanding of the world. So, start reading with your child today.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year. We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation, so if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Size matters. Evidence shows that bigger is better when it comes to graphic health warnings on tobacco product packages. The effectiveness of health warnings increases with their size. The proposed Tobacco Control Act requires that graphic health warnings cover at least 80% of the principal display areas of the tobacco products. By implementing larger warnings, Jamaica will join a growing number of countries that have adopted such laws. The right of governments to require large graphic warnings has also been upheld in many cases, as various tribunals at the highest levels have found that the size did not interfere with the company's ability to use their trademarks. Larger graphic health warnings under the proposed act will reduce appeal, consumption, addiction, and protect the nation's youth.
People always say government must be held accountable. But it's whose job to keep government accountable? And what that really mean? Well, you see, when ministers and public officials have to provide answers for decisions made and can face consequences for those actions and decisions, that means they're being held accountable.
Announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally.
Items on the agenda, announcements, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House today are copies of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023, and the Jamaica Public Body's first supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023.
Reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023, and the Jamaica Public Body's revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move, be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2023, and the Jamaica Public Body's revised estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2023, which was laid on the table of the House on the 22nd day of November 2022, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, on the matter of public business, the Minister of Finance and the Public Service will now take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question before the House is that there's a suspension of the standing orders to enable the Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the nature of the supplementary process is such that a lot gets ventilated before this actual debate. The PAC hearings are so thorough and the members so passionate that a lot comes out, and obviously the government side passionate as well and puts the position of the government forward. A lot comes out during that process. And then if that's not enough, the report to the House comes with a full description of the expenditure items with a few jabs here or there. And then standing finance, a question, opportunity for lots of questions and answers. So by the time you get here, we have thoroughly ventilated issues. So it doesn't remain for me to say much more unless I need to respond. So, Madam Speaker, the first supplementary comes in the context of positive overperformance of the Jamaican economy. That is just something to be, I think, proud of and grateful for, given what is happening elsewhere. Tax revenues for the first 6 months of the fiscal year have exceeded budget by $35 billion. And this is a result of higher than expected economic growth, as well as higher than expected inflation. I remind the House, Madam Speaker, that the first quarter growth came out at 5.7%, which is much higher than we had. And, Madam Speaker, all categories of revenue are over budget. Revenues from income and profits are up by nearly 13%, or $10 billion. Revenues from production and consumption are up by 7%, or $7 billion, Madam Speaker. And revenues from international trade are up by 15%, or $18 billion. Now, within the international trade category, before people go off and make assumptions, and by the way, I saw some noise about consumption revenue and so on. I mean, of the $35 billion, $7 billion is from production and consumption. And in production and consumption, you have accommodation tax, you have contractors levy, you have lots of other things. But no, well, within international component of the revenue performance, of that $4 billion was overperformance of departure tax. Take a bow, Minister of Tourism. We budgeted $8 billion for departure tax. We then changed the fee for departure tax. There is no inflation in that number. And for the first, we budgeted $8 billion for the first 6 months. And departure tax came in at $12 billion for the first 6 months. Madam Speaker, that's a 50% overperformance for the first 6 years. And then when you go back, in fact, the departure tax for the first 6 months of this fiscal year is higher than the departure tax pre-COVID, which would have been the first 6 months of 2019. And if that, Madam Speaker, is not enough, I just want to share a few anecdotes so we see what is happening. Revenues from motor vehicle licenses. People now license motor vehicle if things is whatever, as opposition want to make it out to be. Revenue, license of motor vehicle, the amount don't go up. Certainly I haven't raised it. But the revenue from motor vehicle licenses, Madam Speaker, for the first 6 months of this year are 16% higher than budgeted. So remember, from St. Mary, if revenues from motor vehicle licenses is up by 16%, something good must be happening. And what is more, Madam Speaker, the revenue from motor vehicle license is 36% higher than before COVID. 36%. Madam Speaker, when you look at the revenues from contractor levy, revenues from contractor levy is up 16%, Madam Speaker, over what was budgeted. And you go across the categories, all categories. Corporate tax on companies is up, etc., etc. So, Madam Speaker, something good is happening in the Jamaican economy. Now, as a result of this revenue overperformance, this buoyancy in revenue. Departure tax moving up by 50%, motor vehicle licensing up by 16%, contractor levy up by 16%, corporate income tax up. All of those, Madam Speaker. As a result of that, Madam Speaker, we are able to come to this Parliament 6 months after and put a budget that proposes $60 billion of new expenditure. Madam Speaker, unlike some people, we're paying our debt according, not in keeping with certain suggestions. And still, even though we're paying the debt on time, we still can put $60 billion on the table. Now, the largest component, Madam Speaker, of the supplementary budget is with the allocation for public sector salaries and wages in keeping with the restructuring of compensation. And we are allocating $16 billion there. There's another $2.2 billion to the Ministry of Health, and then about $3 billion for statutory deductions, making a total of $21 billion. Madam Speaker, the government has now reached agreement with 15 public sector unions representing category of employees with a total headcount of 60,000. And that's the majority of central government employees. Even as we continue to work towards reaching agreements with others, Madam Speaker, we thank public sector unions who have signed for their leadership. We thank the Transformation Implementation Unit and the members of the Strategic Human Resources Department who have worked night and day on this restructuring exercise. And the time will come for a more fulsome show of gratitude to these stalwarts of the Jamaican government. Madam Speaker, we're pleased that those who are at the bottom of the scale, Madam Speaker, and there'll come time to acknowledge that fulsomely as well, will enjoy substantial increases in their compensation. Madam Speaker, this is something that is deliberate and something we're proud of. That if you're going to work in government, while we have to make sure the numbers don't get ahead of us in terms of the number of people, we want to make sure that everyone can enjoy a decent salary. And therefore, we've found it fitting within the context of the restructuring to provide a significant uplift for those at the bottom, even as, Madam Speaker, persons who perform technical roles and managerial roles where we've had trouble with retention and attracting people. We've done our best to make adjustments there, and there are some meaningful adjustments that will be enjoyed. Madam Speaker, we're pleased that we've been able to iron out lots of inequities in the old system and lots of sources of discontent. But the work is not done. It is a work in progress. The work is not over. As I speak, we're still in discussions with the Jamaica Teachers Association, the Police Federation, and other staff associations and public sector unions. And once these are completed, the numbers will rise to about 100,000 or more. Madam Speaker, the supplementary estimates seek, among other things, to appropriately allocate for $7.2 billion of social intervention, which we have spoken about before, and we found necessary to introduce after the budget was tabled in the wake of the pressures brought on by the war in Ukraine. And that $7.2 billion covered the energy co-pay, Madam Speaker, covered the PATH support, the grant for pensioners, back to school, general welfare support, and other measures. Madam Speaker, the first supplementary estimates include $3.5 billion for local and general rehabilitation of roads. Madam Speaker, let me say it again. The supplementary estimates include a provision of $3.5 billion for local and general rehabilitation of roads. Madam Speaker, this is a 75% increase on the amount originally allocated in March, for a total allocation for the fiscal year of $7.55 billion for roads. Madam Speaker, this is the largest allocation to secondary roads that I have seen. I mean, I can't tell the last time we had such a, and even after you adjust for inflation. In absolute dollar terms, Madam Speaker, and when you consider that there are only 4 months left in the fiscal year, and Minister Warmington, we don't want any of it to come back. When you, now, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that this represents the government's responsiveness to the people of Jamaica. We have seen flashpoints in areas represented by both sides. We saw one with the member from St. Mary recently, and we've seen in other areas as well, where Jamaicans have become concerned about the conditions of their roads. And when we have overperformance of the nature that we have experienced, Madam Speaker, addressing the concerns of the Jamaican people has to be front and center in our minds. Madam Speaker, we spoke about the $1.1 billion to the Ministry of Transport and Mining for 50 buses for the JUTC, Madam Speaker, which we're very happy that will become a reality soon. Madam Speaker, we have over $6 billion in the supplementary for the Ministry of National Security, to the Police Department, the Department of Correctional Services. They have some arrears with respect to electricity, and the JDF for $1.5 billion. Madam Speaker, to the Ministry of Education, there's a total allocation of $2.2 billion, which includes $592 million for the provision of breakfast and lunch programs under the PAR program. Madam Speaker, as schools have resumed, you have to remember we went through 2 years when there was no physical school. And what happened is those allocations were moved into stipends to individuals because they're being at home. So provisions for lunches and breakfasts were not applicable. And Madam Speaker, this government stands behind this program, and wherever we will make sure that we over-provide rather than under-provide. And long before there was any item in any news, this was tabled 2 weeks ago. And in that tabling in early November, the provision was already there for $592 million for breakfast and lunch programs in schools. Madam Speaker, we are also providing funding for the University of Technology and the University of the West Indies, $250 million apiece. And Madam Speaker, money for repairs and $530 million to supply laptop computers to teachers under the heads of agreement. I should mention, Madam Speaker, that the overall budget for the school feeding program on the path is over $5.5 billion. So when we talk about topping it by 592, it's not as if the mark was, by a massive amount. So I just wanted to put that in context so that it's understood. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased that the supplementary budget includes $1.1 billion to provide an increase in PATH payments to categories of PATH recipients of 18%, Madam Speaker. That's not... The Ministry of Labour and Social Security this year, the PATH payments to recipients is 18% higher than it was in the preceding year. Again, Madam Speaker, an indication that the government is providing protection to the vulnerable. And this is on top of all of the one-off programs that we have put in place. So, Madam Speaker, I mentioned during the question and answer that the government aims to have the back pay for the government employees whose unions have already signed the wage agreement, the restructuring agreement with the government, and that is by last Friday, to have those back monies from April 1st paid by the end of the fiscal year. There's a lot of effort that will be involved, Madam Speaker, and therefore what I can commit to is the effort to get it done. A number of steps are involved. This is a completely new compensation system. This isn't just a percentage increase, and therefore things have to be done from scratch. And there's a lot of work to do in a short period of time. But we want to ensure that those members enjoy for the Christmas, especially those who are at the bottom of the scale, they get a good Christmas and have their back pay paid. Now, to facilitate that, Madam Speaker, we are going to need to have a second supplementary in a matter of weeks, i.e. in early December. And what this supplementary does is it apportions the monies for payments within the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. Remember, when this supplementary was tabled, we didn't have an agreement. So we wouldn't have known exactly what the payments are going to be ministry by ministry by ministry. In the second supplementary, what we will be doing is simply distributing those resources from the Ministry of Finance and Public Service to each ministry, department, agency who fall under the rubric of the persons for whom agreements have been signed. And we, in advance, seek the cooperation of all members of the House, of the chairman of the PAAC, of all members of the PAAC, of the Standing Finance Committee to facilitate that, so that government employees can get, who are under the umbrella of unions who have signed, can get their back pays before Christmas, indeed. Madam Speaker, the global economy is going through times of uncertainty. Recession is likely to occur in Europe. We watch what happens in the United States very closely. And as a result of that, we have to continue to be vigilant about the people's resources. What we're seeing throughout the rest of the Caribbean region is a lot of instability, and throughout a lot of the world, instability and unsustainability. And we're also seeing, Madam Speaker, where governments are finding it difficult to make ends meet without resorting to increased taxation and other means. Madam Speaker, at this time, we are therefore happy to report with this supplementary that has been tabled that a lot is going right with Jamaica. And we are experiencing recovery at a fast rate, while at the same time experiencing a reduction in unemployment, and at the same time reducing our debt, Madam Speaker. We're not only riding and chewing, but we're riding, chewing, and reading all at the same time, Madam Speaker. Yeah? And you know, again, it's not, it takes a village. And again, I wanted us to recognize the role played by the public sector unions, who, when we came to them in 2021 and we said we could not implement the compensation review then, because we just lost $75 billion as a result of the pandemic. We said we couldn't do it. And we asked them to live with the 4% for that year. It took us 11 months to get everybody to agree, but ultimately everybody agreed, Madam Speaker. Without that, we wouldn't be here. We have learned, and it's something I'll speak about in more detail at another point. We have learned, Madam Speaker, by looking at what happened in the UK, what happens when a government pursues unsustainable approaches. There was no law that changed in the UK when that mini budget speech was made. There was no law that came to Parliament. Nothing really changed in substance. But what people got was a signal. And economic agents, be they individual economic agents or institutional economic agents, we act on signals. And if there's a signal that a government is about to pursue an unsustainable path, people act to protect themselves. And that action ultimately leads to dislocation, as we saw play out in the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker, we on this side, in good times, in bad times, Madam Speaker, we will continue to pursue sustainable policies, Madam Speaker. Because it has been demonstrated time and time again, and even in this experience, Madam Speaker, that when we pursue sustainable policies, ultimately the people are better off. We would never have been able to do this reorganization and restructuring if we had not heeded, Madam Speaker, and signaled to the Jamaican people that we are going to put stability and sustainability on top. We wouldn't have experienced the recovery that we're experiencing today, which has allowed us to put in place the largest restructuring of public sector compensation ever contemplated in Jamaica.
They had said we wouldn't be able to do this.
Oh Lord, you've said even better. Madam Speaker, that's absolutely the case. If we had followed the opposition in both last year's budget and this year's budget, we would not be able to be putting forward today the restructuring of public sector compensation that we have. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Madam Speaker, the opposition doesn't take.
Oh, you're finished.
Oh. He's finished. I'm only responding to him. And I can assure you, I can assure you I won't take anywhere near as long as the minister has. Madam Speaker, the opposition doesn't take issue with the allocations. The allocations are justified because the overperformance has been due to growth, which you have acknowledged, but it has also been due to other factors like inflation. The budget was predicated on oil prices at $67.50. When we sat here to debate, they were in the 90s regions, have gone up to 100, 110. They're probably in the 90s now. So there has been a windfall that the government has gotten. And when you get that windfall, then it should be given back to the persons who have given you that windfall. There's also been a benefit, and let me tell you, I'm not here to debate that there's been no growth. I'm not saying that. There has been growth, but there has also been, and there's been, well, growth as in recovery, but there's also been a significant part of the overperformance of revenues based on the inflation. So the allocations are important. What I would say to the government, it is important that in the allocations that we ensure the beneficiaries get what is being allocated. We have seen in the case of the taxi drivers where sums allocated have not been taken up for maybe difficulties in the process, right? We have to ensure that those people who want to benefit get by simplifying processes. But we take no issue with how the allocations are done because the performance has been both growth but has also been because of inflation. And I believe that based on that performance, it should go back to the people who have borne the brunt of that. So from our perspective, I anticipate that we are also going to have, for the rest of the fiscal year, an overperformance as well, based on where oil prices are right now. And yes, the continued trajectory in terms of tourism arrivals, etc. So we also expect that. No, but I'm acknowledging that. We're not fighting facts, you know. I'm not going to argue against facts. The data says there has been that. So we're not arguing against that. But the data also says how some of that additional tax revenue has been derived. And so the people must benefit from it. And we look forward to greater clarity in terms of the details of the public sector wage negotiations. There still is, here the Minister has acknowledged, uncertainty from some of the partners who have not signed up yet. And even for those who have signed up, people are still waiting to see exactly what the net effect will be. So we look forward to those details. But overall, as I said, we are not arguing with the allocations. They must go back to the people, because the people of Jamaica have really been the ones who have provided that overperformance in tax revenues. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I just want to recognize from the data that has been presented the remarkable resilience of Jamaica's tourism product. That the fact that we are back in the year after the pandemic to the levels we were, and ahead of, in some instances, the levels we were before. It is indicative of the strength of the product. I commend the Minister for his role in it. And it is reflected in the travel tax numbers, which have been highlighted by the Minister. The high levels of so-called growth this year are really relative, of course, to prior years. The economy shrank in 2020 by roughly 11% of GDP in real terms. We are trying to get back that lost growth. And I would imagine the Minister would be looking for that to happen, if it hasn't happened by the end of this fiscal year, certainly during the next fiscal year. So these high growth numbers are really reflective of the fact that that productive capacity that was already in our economy up to COVID, which was impacted because of the fallout of the pandemic, the shutdown of sectors like tourism, transportation, entertainment, etc., the recovery of that is really allowing those high rates to be reflected. But it's not real growth in the sense of our productive capacity pre-COVID has yet to start to advance forward. And we look forward to seeing that happen and at what rates we can achieve, because Jamaica has been plagued by relatively anemic levels of growth for some time. And we know the 5 and 4 target, aspiration, whatever you want to call it, was a total failure. Madam Speaker, the Minister highlighted some relatively minor tax categories. Whereas if you're talking about 60 million of additional tax taken out of the economy in first 6 years, but your first 6 months, but for the year, you said you're funding the supplementary budget largely from revenue. So I'm projecting 60, whatever it turns out. So that's what I'm talking about. So you have 60, let us say $60 billion of additional tax revenue that you're projecting now to collect over and above what you had projected in the original revenue estimates, which were themselves a significant increase over what had been collected last fiscal year. This is in the context of relatively flat incomes. In the public sector, there will be, based on the restructuring, there will be some increases. It's 17.5% net is the floor. We don't know what the weighted average but that's over a 3-year period will be, at a time when inflation is running close to 10% per annum. So when we beat our desks as if we're doing so fine, I want to point out that outer road, it's rough out there, people feel it, and people are struggling. And that is a reality that no amount of hubris in this house can change. The fact of the matter is that 35 billion of additional taxes over what was in the revenue estimates for the first 6 months, and the 60 or whatever that figure ultimately is for the fiscal year, the lion's share of that will be taxes that are indirect taxes, that are borne generally by the population, whether it be in the form of GCT on local goods and services, or SCT and import GCT on items that are brought into the country, including fuel, where there has been a significant windfall to the revenue from the high oil price, which has prevailed way ahead of the actual budgeted, assumed price for oil. So this is why we have said the government has an obligation to cushion the crisis on the people. This is why we were calling for 2% of GDP of additional social spending to support the people through these very difficult times. As it has turned out, the funding of that would not require a slowing down of the pace of debt reduction, because the windfall of additional revenues earned by high inflation, which indirect taxes are directly impacted by, because the nominal price of goods and services goes up because of inflation, and therefore taxes which are applied to prices go up as well. Whether it be, and then also some amount of depreciation of the currency, though that has been fortunately well managed by BOJ, and I commend them for that. But overall, you're talking about a lot of additional taxes that were not budgeted, and which we have said should be used to cushion the crisis. It's how you prioritize these things is a decision for the government of the day. They have elected to go through this particular transformation now, in the coming out of the pandemic, when the economy is trying to recover. They have decided to do this major overhaul for the public sector workers. We hope it goes well. It seems to be going through some difficulties now. Some have signed, some are not yet happy with what is on the table, but we want to see it concluded in a way which is fair and equitable to all of the workers, and that where they feel justified that they are getting what they should get. But I think it's the most important thing to realize is that the fact that we're seeing high revenue performance is those taxes are being paid by people, and those taxes are being paid by people who are not earning more. So it is a direct hit on the living standards of the people who have to pay those taxes. And that is why when you go out a road, them say the dirty tough and the food not enough. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I just rise to respond and close the supplementary debate. I'm happy the member, opposition spokesman on finance, no issues with allocation. I appreciate that. There's a kind of consistent narrative, that undertone that we're hearing, that somehow oil prices are affecting revenues. Nothing could be further from the truth, Madam Speaker. Oil prices do not affect departure tax, which is up by $4 billion.
Exactly.
Oil prices do not affect motor vehicle licenses, which is up by 16%. It does not affect, Madam Speaker, accommodation tax, which is up by 40%.
And none of those taxes have been raised.
Right? Oil prices, Madam Speaker, don't affect any of those things. The fact of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that the economy is performing better than expected. Madam Speaker, the member was almost groveling in his standing position to point out that, it's not really growth because it's compared to last year. Well, you know what? Last year's growth was 14.2% in the quarter. So yes, it is compared to last year. It is compared to last year, and last year was 14.2%. for the first quarter. And this year, on top of that 14.2, is 5.7%. Real GDP growth. Real GDP growth. First quarter.
The minister says last year the growth was 14.1%. Now he's saying it was for 1 quarter. Come on, stop deceiving the people.
No. We're not going to allow him to get away with it. We're going to make him grovel some more. Because I am speaking about the first 6 months of the year. In speaking of the first 6 months of the year, I explained that growth is ahead of what we projected. He responds, oh yeah, it's ahead, but it's compared with last year. And I'm saying, the figures I quote, we only have the first 3 months of the year, of the fiscal year. The first 3 months of the fiscal year of last year, growth was 14.2%. And yes, compared to that, for the first 3 months of this fiscal year, growth is 5.7% on top of that. So come up with another excuse. Another excuse. No, growth for the year was 8.2%. I know my figures. Right. So, Madam Speaker, another winner man, another bit of, waving that the member engages in is to refer to, and these are his exact words. Here's the words now. Tax is not budgeted. Tax is not budgeted. Madam Speaker, where the overperformance is not in taxes, it's in tax revenue. Madam Speaker, taxes are the same. The percentages are the same. They have not changed. What has changed is that there's more economic activity, there's more, and as a result of it, more growth. Madam Speaker, as a result of the fact that there are more people employed vis-a-vis last year, our taxes from employment are up. And Madam Speaker, of the 35 billion for the first 6 months, or of the 60 billion for the year, projected for the first 6 months, our taxes from income from higher employment are up by $4 billion. That's $8 billion annualized. Right? Madam Speaker, our taxes from income overall, whether that income is from interest or from profits or from PAYE or whatever, or taxes from income, are over by $10 billion, Madam Speaker. Okay? So again, that is as a result of an economy that is doing better. So 10 billion more in income, we have 4 billion more in departure tax, we have a billion or whatever, we have a significant more in contractors levied and all of those other things. So this narrative that is being trying to be weaved is just not accurate, not reflected by the numbers. And we should be happy, Madam Speaker, that our economy is recovering, and recovering stronger, Madam Speaker. Stronger. And what is good about it, Madam Speaker, is that in prior crises, it has taken us 14 years to get back to the pre-crisis level of economic output. For whatever reason, it's taken 14 years. In another one, it took 11 years, Madam Speaker. And if, touch wood, Madam Speaker, this could end up taking, Madam Speaker, we're on track for it taking 3 years, Madam Speaker. Because we are if 100 is we are back up right below the pre-COVID levels of economic output. So, Madam Speaker, I don't mind a debate that is based on facts, right? But when the member stands up and grovels and tries to portray things that are not as they are, Madam Speaker, it's not, you know, the growth, we have real economic growth in Jamaica, and we should be happy about that. We have real growth in employment, and we should be happy at that. And at the same time, Madam Speaker, we're reducing our debt to levels not seen in 20-odd years. So, Madam Speaker, as I've said before and I'll say again, each one of those things, you can do one of them. But to do all three, Madam Speaker, is something that we ought to be proud of, and hopefully we can continue to work together to continue to improve these results. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, there's one question I want to ask the Minister, which I forgot to ask. In the fiscal responsibility statement framework, in the fiscal rules, there is a 9% of GDP, wage GDP target, which is obviously not going to be met, given what's going on with the restructuring. Is it your intention to modify that target, given that it's a hard-wired target in the legislation, or remove it altogether? What is your intention in relation to that target?
So, thank you for your flexibility in allowing the questions when I'm closing. And I hope it is recognized that I am not objecting. Okay? Right. So, a part of the restructuring, member, is that we are seeking to be much more transparent with the cost of wages and salaries in the public sector, because it is the single largest item of expenditure. And if that single line of expenditure takes on unsustainable characteristics, it can injure Jamaica's prospects. Now, under the current arrangements, where aspects of compensation are not visible because they are included in programs, that is a very unhealthy situation that can lead to problems unintentionally. So an aspect of the compensation reform is to so restructure those allowances so that they fall within salary and they're represented in the salary line. So the 9% would have been arrived at within the context of what was defined as salaries, not including all compensation. So certainly that number would not be relevant today. On a like-for-like basis, that 9 would probably be 10 today, right? On a like-for-like basis, right? So, but that being said, it is clear that that 9 is not something that's going to be met, and we are going to need to make revisions to that law, perhaps to abandon it altogether or other forms of revision. I look forward to have an opportunity to discuss with you before making a final decision on that. But you know, I think the key thing is for us as a society and as a parliament, as a country, to be aware of the fact that the revenues of the country have to be spent on wages and salaries, programs and capital expenditure. And if you go on interest, right, and if you go too high on right, you squeeze out growth-inducing expenditure. The 9% was there because the society really did not, show that we had not internalized that reality. As our fiscal responsibility matures, you don't need to have a number in the law, right? It just has to be something that but we have opportunity to discuss it. One thing is for sure is that it staying as is probably not an option, so it has to change. And we'll have opportunity to discuss what replaces it.
Just before the minister asks for the motion to be approved, in acknowledging my latitude in allowing a question, I want the records to indicate that this speaker will always make allowances wherever it is in the best interests of the Jamaican people whom we serve. Member, I'm inviting you now to ask for the...
I ask that the motion be approved.
Members, the question before the House is that the motion brought by the Minister be approved. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Your motion has been approved, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable the Prime Minister to take the motion of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is that there is a suspension of the standing orders to enable the Prime Minister to take the motion, notice of which was given by the Minister of Security. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Madam Speaker, the government has embarked and is actively pursuing several initiatives to improve citizen security and public safety. And while it is critical that we do what is required in the short term, the country's security architecture is being significantly strengthened and directed towards those measures that will deliver long-term societal transformation. The government has been taking clear steps in its support towards the Ministry of National Security and the departments and agencies that fall under it, with the policy direction, the legislative changes, and the requisite fiscal resources to make Jamaica a safe and secure country. I start with the belief, Madam Speaker, that it is the heart of every member of this Parliament to see Jamaica a safe and secure country. Safety and security, for some, may mean that they can conduct their businesses without fear of extortion. It may mean that they can plant their fields and rear their animals without worry of predial larcenies. And it may mean that our young school children can go to school without fear of harassment on public transportation. It may mean that people living in whatever circumstances, in whatever communities across Jamaica, they are able to go to church when they choose. That they don't have to hide underneath their beds because gunshots are being fired widely in their community. In effect, Madam Speaker, it means that deep in the heart of every Jamaican is the wish that they could sleep with their windows and doors, that they don't have to bar themselves in with iron bars and grills, that the only reason why we would want a firearm is for sport. But alas, Madam Speaker, though it is our aspiration, and I believe everyone aspires for a safe and secure society, it is still a challenge. It is not just a challenge for the government. It is a challenge for every Jamaican. Because every Jamaican has a responsibility. More so the Jamaicans who have been elected to sit in this house to ensure that that aspiration is realized. Madam Speaker, in pursuing that aspiration of a safe and secure country, we have passed in this House the new Firearms Prohibition, Restriction and Regulations Act. We call it the new Firearms Act. And it is now in force. It is a key feature of the response to the current threat level. Madam Speaker, we have put in place a gun amnesty, which was introduced, came into effect on the 5th of November and ran for a period of 2 weeks, which expired on the 19th of November, Saturday last. The amnesty was introduced to give persons who may be in possession of an illegal or unregistered firearm, whether criminally or otherwise acquired, the last opportunity to avoid the significant sentences enshrined in the Act. Madam Speaker, based on the reports from the FLA and the JCF, over the period of the amnesty, 101 firearms and 3,000 rounds of ammunition have been handed over. I said it at another place, I'll say it here. It has surpassed my expectation. But there are still many more, thousands more firearms, illegal firearms in our country, not to mention illegal ammunition. A number of the firearms are from individuals who have not licensed the weapons for several years, or who may have inherited the weapon and didn't bother to regularize it. The amnesty was necessary to give those persons an opportunity to dispose of these weapons without having to bear the consequences of the new penalties under the new Act. But even while the amnesty was ongoing, the security forces within that 2-week period recovered 22 illegal firearms. I say this, Madam Speaker, that it is unfortunate that a 15-year-old was among those who were caught in possession of an illegal firearm. That 15-year-old was in the company of a 23-year-old. Madam Speaker, these are some of the harsh consequences that the society has to face. We have to address it. Because even though we all want to ensure that our young people are protected, the facts are that our young males in particular have been sucked into a gun culture. I am sorry for him. And I wish that he did not have to face this fate. But we have to put our feet down firmly on this problem. Let that 15-year-old be an example for the thousands of young 15-year-old young men who are contemplating getting an illegal gun, using an illegal gun, locking an illegal gun. This law will save thousands of young Jamaicans. Right now, the minister debated a supplementary budget where he was able to say unemployment is decreasing. It's not just that more people are arriving and therefore departing the country, so our departure tax increases. Where are they going? They're going into more rooms, and those more rooms need more people to service them. Where are those people going to come from if they are in prison? If they are sitting on the roadside in communities fighting the security forces? We have to put a stop to it. It is not enough, Madam Speaker, to say we are sorry for you, poor youth, and turn a blind eye to the fact that you are carrying a gun to kill who? Another poor youth. We must put a stop to that. And we must say to that poor youth or that rich youth carrying a gun, there is no excuse for that. We intend to put a stop to it, Madam Speaker. Since the end of the amnesty, the security forces have intensified their search operations targeting guns and ammunition. But I want to be clear, they are also targeting the persons in possession. Before, the strategy was, tell us where the illegal guns are. That's still the strategy. But now the strategy is we are searching to find not just the gun, we want to get you, the person with the gun. Madam Speaker, gun can't fire itself. A buried gun is not a problem gun. The problem gun is the one that you have on your hip or in your hand that you are pointing. So, Madam Speaker, the security forces have intensified their search. Every morning I get a report. This morning I got a report of the number of searches conducted. This morning they searched several premises and they discovered one 9mm weapon with several rounds of ammunition. And I don't remember exactly how many persons, well, the Minister of National Security can give you that detail. But for the past 3 days, we have basically been, since the end of the amnesty, we have basically been doing one or so weapons discovered, in addition to arresting persons who have been caught in possession. And we will be intensifying those operations. I just want the country to be prepared that when people are saying the murder rate is high and government must do something, the records will show that the Andrew Holness-led administration did something about it. Because the Andrew Holness-led administration doesn't get any credit when we are doing things, you know. We get cost for everything. But we have to be the ones to constantly place the good news in front of the people, because that is our job. And we are doing a phenomenal job given the monumental challenges that this country faces. So, Madam Speaker, with the new Firearms Act, we're going to use it to the fullest. We are not just relying on emergency powers. We are going to use the Firearms Act to the fullest. Let the gunmen and gun boys be forewarned. Madam Speaker, the Bail Act was tabled in Parliament on the 5th of October, and significant progress is being made to complete the legislation. That is another piece of legislation that will add to our toolkit in coming to grips with this murder crisis that we have in this country. There is a joint select committee established to review the Act, which is expected to come into effect early next year. This committee, the first committee meeting was held on November the 3rd, 2022, and members of the public are being asked to make suggestions regarding the bill by November 30th, 2022. I'll repeat, we are asking members of the public and other interested entities who want to make submissions to make them by November 30th, 2022. Madam Speaker, the Enhanced Security Measures Act, the ESMA, is now being drafted, and a cabinet submission is expected very soon. I use this vague very soon, but certainly by the end of December, a draft of the legislation should be before cabinet. This bill will include provisions for detention, provisions for the establishment of a criminal watch list, and the use of control orders. Madam Speaker, I don't like to be premature in saying what I have heard from the opposition benches, but in our meetings, the last convened under the Vale Royal talks, there was, I couldn't call it an undertaking, but encouragement to move ahead very quickly with the ESMA, because it is legislation that could have the support of the opposition. So we are moving ahead, Madam Speaker. Just for clarity with the public, we have been speaking about the ESMA for a very long time. The way in which we were approaching the ESMA did not meet with the support of the opposition, because there was an exchange about what could be acceptable. And we decided to revise it because we want to ensure that when the law comes, though we have the majority and we can pass it, that's not with such a powerful piece of legislation. We would want it to, yes, we would want a national consensus signified in the House by its passage. So we have had to spend time to recraft it to make sure that it is something that can be agreed on by both sides. So, Madam Speaker, we are hoping that we can have that bill tabled in the first, that we can have that bill tabled early next year in Parliament. Madam Speaker, let me point out that we are looking at a number of other legislations to ensure that our legislative framework is aligned. We're going to be strengthening the cybersecurity legislation and policy framework. Madam Speaker, now that we have increased the penalty for the illegal possession of a firearm to a minimum of 15 years possible life, we have to look at the offense of murder. And we have to increase that penalty. And Madam Speaker, my thoughts on the matter, though not yet finalized, but the thinking is that we should give 30 years minimum for murder. The Minister of Justice has been directed to bring those changes, because this has all been discussed already, to bring forward these changes immediately. So within another few weeks, we could be coming to the House. We may not be able to catch, well, depends on how, well, we may not be able to catch this year, but early next year, we will be coming to the House with amendments to the penalty for murder. So, Madam Speaker, this government is being very serious about treating with murders in our country. You know, Madam Speaker, a peculiar thing about our legislation is that there is so much effort to ensure that we protect the rights of the citizens. But it's also ironic that the legislations that we have don't end up protecting the rights of the citizens, particularly the right to life. Madam Speaker, we have an act called the Fingerprint Act. The Fingerprint Act was enacted on the 16th of July 1936 to facilitate the identification of criminals by means of fingerprint. The existing Fingerprint Act has to be reviewed. Madam Speaker, currently it is easier to get a DNA sample than it is to get a fingerprint. The act is old and outdated. It doesn't contemplate the new technologies that exist. So we're bringing that act immediately. The Minister of National Security has been charged to, well, amendments and suggestions to change it has already been discussed, but you're now going to bring it to the House to have a new act tabled. And this will be done to expand powers to the courts to order the taking of fingerprints and photographs for several offences which were not covered under the old Fingerprint Act, to expand the offences schedule, to expand the groups authorized to take fingerprints, to extend the time for the retention of fingerprints, and to provide for the use of approved modern technology for electronic taking of the fingerprint and for the storage of the data. We need a modern framework, one that suits the problems that we have, in order that we can protect the right to life of the citizen. We can't only be looking to protect the right to privacy of someone who could be a criminal or may not be. But we also have to balance to make sure that that person does not escape the control of the law to go and kill someone. That's our duty in this parliament, to strike that balance. And as it stands now, with the legislations that exist, that balance is not being struck. So we, as the parliament, not this side alone, that side as well, must be prepared to look at our legislation and make sure that they are fit for the purpose of making Jamaica safe and secure. Madam Speaker, recall that the process to amend the Corrections Act began in 2021, whereby amendments passed in 2021 provided for criminalization of possession of electronic devices within correctional facilities. We made that minor adjustment in this House. This was and remains critical in the fight against crime, especially the ability to transmit information from the nation's correctional facilities. Madam Speaker, the member from South St. Catherine pointed out to me once that, there are significant crimes being committed in certain areas of Portmore by persons who were in the custody of His Majesty's Correctional Service. But it's not new, it's right across Jamaica. There was even an article in one of our dailies of someone who is in prison but still conducting extortion on, I believe, on Red Hills Road area. We cannot allow that to happen. And I believe if we speak with one voice on this in this Parliament, there's no divide between us, no gap that any criminal can find his way through to say, my political support lies with you. Then we can deal with that problem. Absolutely. The offender management policy, which is the foundation for the broader amendments to the Corrections Act, is in the final stage of completion. It will be submitted to Cabinet within the coming weeks. The policy, which is the first of its kind, is comprehensive and speaks not only to the incarceration, but critical changes required to transform security, such as the compulsory participation of adult rehabilitation and electronic monitoring through ankle bracelets and tagging. The new Act will also specify custodial sentences for those who collaborate with criminals to facilitate their communication or the giving of direction towards crimes outside of the prison. Madam Speaker, I had mentioned in another place that we have given directions as well for the government to proceed to build a new high-security prison which will have a dead communication space. And this project will proceed as a national security strategic priority project. Madam Speaker, with respect to the funding of security in Jamaica, this government has invested significantly in the Ministry of National Security and the security forces. And this point must be well made. For a very long time, Madam Speaker, we have not spent the resources on security that we should. We viewed crime and criminals as a local problem. It took us a long time to treat with transnational criminality. It took us a long time to appreciate that the criminals were building intelligent organizations. They were intent on not just corrupting the sergeant at the police station. They wanted to even corrupt the higher ranks of our security forces. They wanted to corrupt our customs agency, our immigration agency. And I don't believe that they thought our parliament was off bounds, or our courts for that matter. Madam Speaker, our criminals have created sophisticated networks, and they are intent on exercising sovereignty over areas of Jamaica. They are intent on saying they control this space, they capture this space, they run this place, they collect rent from everyone on the road. They can send for your daughter if they want. We must bring an end to this. Madam Speaker, no little boy with gun must make the Jamaican state shiver. Must make legitimate homeowners in their communities fearful of going outside. We must take them off the street. We must take away the guns from them, and we must lock them up. And that is why, Madam Speaker, for the last 5 years or so, we have increased significantly the budget to the Ministry of National Security and the JISTV. Security now accounts for 10.8% of the national budget. That's the highest it has ever been. So when I hear this nonsense argument that we are relying only on state of public emergency, it is the biggest rubbish that has ever been said. Madam Speaker, let me tell you some things that we have been doing that others have talked about, that reports have been written about, that they have called for over and over again, that civil society people have said, please do this for decades. Madam Speaker, we have funded the most significant transformation and modernization program in the history of the Jamaica Constabulary. Right now, we have what is called the motorbike-based quick response unit. 134 response assets have been created. This has been a very effective policing strategy. I don't know if you have ever seen the quick response teams in operation. I tell you, criminals shiver when they see them. We have 134 of them. We have just started to build them out, and we're going to rapidly expand those. Madam Speaker, we have now started the specific assembly for what we call fit for condition vehicles. So when we are procuring vehicles now, Madam Speaker, we are not just buying off-the-shelf vehicles. We have a procurement system now that the vehicles that we are buying are fit for condition and fit for purpose. Right. They are designed to suit our conditions, which means that they will last longer. We have a store of parts. We have the systems in place to keep the vehicles running. But you know what, Madam Speaker? I recall many conversations about the JCF not having a fleet management system. That you don't know where your cars are. Well, no, Madam Speaker, the JCF has a fleet management system in place and working. It is currently, Madam Speaker, tracking over 1,000 of the JCF vehicles, helping us with deployment and quick response and managing fuel and ensuring that the vehicles are on task and not at home or somewhere else. It's something that people have been asking for, but we have gotten it done. Madam Speaker, we have put in place the e-ticketing system, and that is being expanded. Clearly, it's a part of the new road traffic thrust, but now the JCF is issuing tickets electronically, and they have issued so far for this year 59,000 tickets, e-tickets. E-tickets, not other tickets, e-tickets, meaning that they have a device. Yes, and we are expanding that rapidly. Madam Speaker, I won't say much about this other than to say that we have improved our intelligence architecture. The Minister of National Security mentioned something about it, and I don't like to talk about that aspect of things. But the JCF saves over 300 lives per year. Some of these are criminals themselves. And there is an unfortunate story of one such criminal who was saved, who ended up being the perpetrator of a murder against a member of the force. Well, against a family member of a member of the force. The JCF now has very impressive intelligence gathering capability. And that capability is saving lives. Madam Speaker, we have increased the use of technology such as GIS and spatial mapping analysis, and those are critical in determining how we plan for crime and how we deploy assets. That is now integrated into the management of the JCF. We have also included the expansion of the radio and microwave network, which facilitates secure and effective communication among assets in the field. Communication is critical to support good policing, and we have invested in that. Madam Speaker, one of the things that has been spoken about for years but never done is the implementation of the station records management system. You know, when you go to the police station and you have to make a report, it's a big book. Yes. But what is on page 1 can never be correlated with what is on page 200. So if someone was constantly committing a crime in the area, you would have to read through that entire book to pick up trends. Now, Madam Speaker, several police stations and divisions across the island are now implementing this new electronic digital station records management system. This administration has done that. Madam Speaker, we are upgrading the automated palm fingerprint identification system, otherwise called AFIS, to a multi-biometric identification system to facilitate more efficient processing of criminal records. And by the way, Madam Speaker, you notice that the long lines that usually plague the Criminal Records Office, or on Duke Street, that is no longer the case. The JCF and the Ministry of National Security has put in place new technology, new business processes, and has transformed that operation. But here's the one that I am particularly pleased with, Madam Speaker. The government of Jamaica has either renovated or constructed 134 police facilities across the island. Completed 134. We have done in 5 years what it would have taken 30 or 40 years to do before. 134 police facilities and stations. Now, the following stations are under construction. These are not small. I broke ground for Stony Hill. I think you did Lacovia, Frome, and Little London. So we have more police stations to come. Madam Speaker, there is always the call for more security personnel to be on the ground. In fact, whenever we say support the SOE, the retort from the opposition is, you don't need SOE, you need more policemen and soldiers on the ground. Forget the emergency powers, just send in more personnel. You need more boots on the ground. There is a view being held, I think, a lot of Jamaicans believe that somehow we have reserve capacity at the JDF and they are sitting down there playing domino. It's not the case. The JDF is fully deployed around Jamaica. Madam Speaker, we have increased the training capacity of the JCF. We have increased the capacity at Twickenham Park, which is their main training campus, but we have returned Tranquility Bay into operation, and we have returned Harmon Barracks fully refurbished, and we have now added additional space utilizing Camp Verde. So, Madam Speaker, in the 2021-2022 financial year, we recruited 1,260 new constables. And we are on target to do the same for the coming financial year. We have 878 trainees currently on course, and we are graduating over 300 by the 30th of November this year. So we are bringing now, hopefully in time for Christmas, another 300 boots on the ground. So we are not just relying on the state of public emergency as the only crime-fighting thing. People who posit that argument are just doing that to make an argument, to make an excuse for not wanting to support the measure that actually can save lives rapidly. And Madam Speaker, if you face a problem of this magnitude, you want to use every tool in the toolkit that you have. You can't go with just a unidimensional strategy and one line of attack. You have to attack it from every angle and use every strategy on it. The people of Jamaica will not be able to say that this government has not used every resource at its disposal to tackle this problem. But they will never say as well, Madam Speaker, that we relented. This government and this Prime Minister will never relent in the fight against crime. Madam Speaker, the public would also note that the JCF has launched a very intensive communications campaign. They have redone their website. But more than that, they are very active on social media these days. Social media is a treasure trove of information. Much of it can be disinformation, yes, but if you have the right tools and the right setup, there's significant data mining that can take place in the tracking of criminals. So, Madam Speaker, we have been investing in the JCF to make it truly a force for good in this country. And that investment is designed to increase its capability and its capacity to treat with a monumental task that we face. There's scarcely another country in this region, maybe two others, that face the murder rate, meaning the number of murders per 100,000. We are in an infamous group of countries that have the kind of murder rate that we have. One strategy is always to say, well, increase your capacity to deal with the number of murders that you have. Meaning, more policemen, more detectives, more cars, more intelligence gathering capabilities, all of that. We have been doing that. No other administration has done that. No other can point to spending 10.8% of the budget on national security. But another strategy must be bring it down. Yes. Bring the actual murders down. Yes. And that strategy must include the use of emergency powers when the rate of increase in the murders and crime is moving faster than normal. Right? That strategy must include diversionary strategies to ensure that our young people are not going in to fuel crime. It must include greater expenditure on social issues, such as dealing with families, dealing with our own social services, so that the children who are in state care, they don't come out and become criminals themselves. All of those are policy positions that we are also pursuing. We are doing almost everything that the country has been asking for to treat with dispatch. Almost everything within the resources that we have. Madam Speaker, not to mention the new forensic lab. Well, you were there one time. If I were to go through the entire list, I would be here. I want to move on. Madam Speaker, we are all aware that this murder problem is pervasive, long-standing, and it cuts across administration. Sometimes in the debate, when you listen to it, it's as if murder has only now just become a problem under the Jamaica Labour Party government. When we look at the statistics going back from 1989, when we were, when the murder rate started to pass over 800 and just continue to increase, I didn't hear the kind of vitriol directed at the government. People, you know what, Madam Speaker, there are those who accepted it as normal. There are those who have said in this House that when our when our Charter of Rights was being written, it was being written against the backdrop of over 1,000 murders, and therefore the way in which the laws were crafted would have already incorporated 1,000 murders. There is that thinking. Madam Speaker, the right, and that is right, that is why at that time they removed the Suppression of Crime Act. I mean, we did that. Anyway, Madam Speaker, the right to life is the core of the fundamental rights, the fundamental human rights, the right to life. Governments and Parliament must pass laws to ensure that the right to life is protected. We must pass laws to ensure that the citizens' right to life is protected from the excesses of the state forces. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica Labour Party participated significantly and led the reform of our legislative structure to ensure that the state could not abuse the rights of the citizen, including taking away a citizen's life. I remember being in the House when Indicom was being debated. This administration carried through and passed, with the support of the opposition, the Charter of Rights. So, Madam Speaker, there must be no question that this administration believes in the protection of human rights and in protecting the citizens from excesses of the state. But in the last 3 decades or so, we have passed laws.
Madam Speaker, the time being 7:20 p.m., I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the House.
Members, the question before the House is that the time being 7:20, the House be allowed to sit past 7:30 to allow us to complete the business of the House for today. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the member's time for speaking having expired, I beg to move that his time be extended sufficiently to complete the presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question also before the House is that the Prime Minister's time be extended to allow him to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
This is not working. Madam Speaker, in the last 3 decades, we have passed laws such as the Indicom Act to ensure that the citizen is protected from the excesses of the state. However, the urgency is now to protect the life of innocent citizens from fellow citizens who have adopted a culture of ultimate violence, that is, taking a life. That's the challenge we face now. How do we do this? Taking life could now be described as a common practice, especially when you have over 1,000 murders yearly in our social, domestic, economic, and intimate partner affairs. And this is without us being at war. Taking life is now at epidemic levels. Madam Speaker, if 1,000 or more persons were dying from a disease in Jamaica, we would say we have a public health crisis. The Minister of Health would declare it. If 1,000 or more persons were dying from a communicable killer disease, meaning one person carrying the disease could cause another person to become ill and die if exposed, we would immediately declare an epidemic. We would have initiated quarantine procedures, that is, detaining the suspected carrier of the infectious disease. All effort would be made to isolate the infected person. There would be no argument about human rights and civil rights, and there will be no consideration. But, Madam Speaker, violence is such a disease that is infecting our society, and the more virulent form of it is violence that leads to murder. But we don't want to detain those who are carrying this very virulent, violent disease. It is a public health crisis. Murder is a public health crisis in this country. Madam Speaker, it infects the minds of some of our citizens to the point that they lose all respect for the sanctity of human life. Some of our citizens have become psychopathic and brutal. Yes. Yes. And we have to acknowledge this and treat with it. The disease they carry, this disease of violence, poses a threat to all our lives. And the threat is at such a level that if it is not contained, it will undermine the stability of the state and destroy our society. I urge us today to see that this disease of violence and its ultimate form, murder, is an emergency that requires the cooperation of the entire society. And this Parliament must find the will to act. And as the Prime Minister, I am seized of the urgency of saving lives. Every day matters. I am hopeful that the opposition shares the urgency to save lives. Mr. Speaker, the increasing levels of violence across the island saw the murder rate at 1,360 as of November 13th, 2022. That is the Sunday before the SOE was declared. We were at 1,360. This was a 6.8 percentage point above last year. These high levels of homicide are evident in 10 of 19 police divisions, which have yielded 72% of murders and 75% of shootings nationally. The rise in the availability of guns by gangs continues to be a significant cause of concern, with gang-related violence continuing to account for the escalation in the crime rate. Illegal firearms have been the preferred weapon of choice by gangs, accounting for 71% of all murders committed in Jamaica. Seeing the consequences of this on the citizens of the country and the fear in which some persons live, the Governor General was requested to proclaim a state of public emergency effective the 15th of November 2022. Madam Speaker, last week, the week of the 13th of November to the 19th of November, 12 murders were recorded nationally. 12. This is the lowest number of murders recorded in a week for this year, and in fact, it is the lowest number recorded in any week since 2015. And this is only 5 days of the week which were under state of public emergency. This is consistent with the reductions we have come to expect under states of public emergency. Madam Speaker, the security forces have not been sitting idle, waiting on emergency powers. They have been searching, they have been arresting, and they have been using the provisions of the existing legislation that we have provided them, and we have begun to see results. However, this is not enough. When you have as many murders as we have been experiencing, we must use every tool in our toolbox to save lives. Despite the reduction in murders that started under Operation Relentless 2, in the first 6 days, that is between the 15th of November to the 20th of November, Madam Speaker, Operation Relentless garnered 22% reduction in murders nationally. So in fact, Madam Speaker, in 4 police divisions, St. Andrew South, Kingston West, Kingston Central, and Kingston East, there have been no murders since the declaration of the state of public emergency. Madam Speaker, I have noted with concern a report in a daily newspaper of a comment attributed to the leader of the opposition, that the Jamaica Labour Party, and I presume he also means the government of Jamaica, is over-relying on SOEs to bring crime under control. First, let me say, and I have in the entire first 3 quarters of my presentation, I was very clear in all the lines of effort that the government is pursuing. So I wish to disabuse, if it is the case, the standing orders say, Madam Speaker, that we can't rely on what is published in newspapers as authority for what we say in the House. So, Madam Speaker, it was not my intention to breach the standing order, but the standing order also says that we must make statements. So I'm not relying on it. I'm just giving the source. But Madam Speaker, I've been in the House long enough. So I want to disabuse the leader of the opposition that the government is not relying on it. We're not relying on it. The government is trying to maximize our effort in reducing murders. We are trying to maximize the number of lives that we save. That is what we are trying to do. First, let me say that the SOEs have been the most successful tool in bringing down the murder numbers and crime generally in the shortest period. No other tool has done it like the SOEs. The most egregious allegation, however, is that the government is abrogating and abridging the rights of the people through the use of the SOEs in a way that is fundamentally inconsistent with the role of the SOE under the Constitution. The Jamaica Labour Party and the government that it forms over the years, and this government in particular, do not concede the issue of promoting and defending human rights to anyone, and certainly not to the PNP. The Jamaica Labour Party was founded to advance and protect the rights of the working class in this country. This party remains faithful to the Jamaican motto, out of many, one people, which recognizes the uniqueness of the Jamaican people and the obligation to ensure that everyone enjoys the same rights. Madam Speaker, from the personal experiences of members of the Jamaica Labour Party in the 70s, lest we forget the member from St. Catherine Central can tell us verse and chapter about abuses of human rights under an SOE, which was not an SOE called by the Jamaica Labour Party. So this recently discovered passion to protect people's rights rings hollow when it is tested by a knock of the truth. Hollow. Madam Speaker, this government has never and will never use a state of public emergency against the people. As I said, it was this party under the leadership of the Honourable Bruce Golding that participated and saw through the passage of the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms. So this government does not take second place to any other government in promoting Jamaica's fundamental rights and freedoms. As finely crafted as our Constitution is, it recognizes that there may be circumstances where the security of the state and the safety of the people are at risk. Madam Speaker, my entire presentation would have established the fact that our security and safety is at risk by criminals who are seeking to kill innocent Jamaicans. And at the level at which it is being done, Madam Speaker, we cannot accept it. We cannot accept it. The Constitution provides for the use of emergency powers to defend the right to life. Today, the country and its people are under threat from organized crime, criminal terrorists, psychopaths, and making it impossible for parts of our country to enjoy the basic fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution. The very Constitution you are claiming to defend. The people can't enjoy it. Whose rights are we really defending?
Big question. Big question.
Whose rights? Madam Speaker, as we speak in relative comfort and security in this building, well, I don't know about the comfort of this building, but we do have some security here. But as a member from St. Catherine South has pointed out, there are persons who are enduring bad roads, irregular garbage collection, in need of attention, and these concerns should not be treated as a data point. That's how quickly we write. And he went further. He said, and the government should act by making greater allocations and with urgency. But the irony of his commentary, is that, you know, the member was making the comment in the debate to approve the greater allocation of the government in the supplementary budget, in roads, $3.8 billion more, in garbage collection, in health care, in school feeding, and in national security. No, man, the point was well made. You made it for me. The member did not vote against the government's increased allocation and urgency in dealing with roads, health care, garbage collection. I take it that the member will vote to save the lives of the Jamaican people. Madam Speaker, many of our citizens cannot walk safely on our streets free of the fear of gun violence. Many members of our society today cannot conduct ordinary business without the threat of gangs. You know, these youths infected with violence, organized by psychopaths and barbaric men, preying on their labor to take their property, their freedom, and their lives. We, in this house together, can put a stop to it. Yeah, we can. We can. We can. Madam Speaker, under our Constitution, those innocent citizens should not have and cannot have fewer rights than those of the leader of the opposition or me. They have equal rights to their lives, to their safety, to their security. And we who have been vested with the power to ensure that the rights are equal, we must act in that regard. It can't be that I am safe and the rest of Jamaica is not. Leader of the opposition, I appeal to you. If it is one life that the measure saves, I urge you to support the measure. Give everybody the same right, the same and the same probability of survival that you have and I have and all of us in here have. The government does not accept. The government does not accept that 1,000 murders The government does not accept this as a normal state of affairs. On the contrary, the wanton destruction of human life is an absolute negation of the rights recognized by the Constitution. It destroys the very Constitution you claim to want to uphold and preserve. Those murdered had every right to the security that we enjoy in this house. Those lost souls had every right to the peace and stability that we currently enjoy as members here engaged in the debate. Every representative of this house must ensure that other Jamaicans do not have their right to life taken away from them. That's right. Madam Speaker, my government takes this responsibility seriously, which is why I come here and go through this process over and over again, trying to get consensus to save the lives of the people. Now, every time we don't get the support, it appears we have lost. It appears we have given up political capital, and the opposition feels that they have walked away with a victory. But you know what, Madam Speaker? If I did it for only 14 days, and the previous week the murder rate was 38, and then because of what we did for 7 days, the murder rate dropped to 12 in the week, and we saved 26 lives. Yes. I have won! I have won! Jamaica's won! You have lost! You have lost! And that is why I do it. We want to save lives. So, Madam Speaker, we are here once again in Parliament. In the Parliament that holds the lives of the people in our hands. We are here. And we are asking once again for the support of the parliamentary opposition. We have given due regard to the concerns they have raised. We have given due regard to the concerns raised by the courts. And I wish to assure everyone that we have always acted and operated within the limits allowed by the law and stand by the guidance offered by the courts. It is for this reason that the regulations we tabled in June and are tabling today would have been adjusted to reflect these changes, and the issues have been addressed. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the security forces understand their role. They have been trained and largely demonstrated that they can protect the human rights of all citizens. Madam Speaker, there was an incident that happened last night, which we cannot shy away from. We have asked our security forces to go into volatile communities. I won't speak too much on the incident because it is being investigated. But one thing we can be certain of is that there is in place a process to ensure that justice is done. The other thing we can be certain of is that the leadership of the JCF and the leadership of the JDF are firmly in the corner of protecting human rights. And all the internal mechanisms and accountability procedures will be in place to ensure that every member of the security force understands their duties and obligations. Madam Speaker, we have been using the extraordinary powers that we have secured for 14 days quite efficiently. And I think the statistics, the data, the facts speak for themselves. As a member from South East St. Andrews said, we don't argue with facts. The SOE works. The SOE saves lives. There is no need to argue with that. Just support it. Just support the extension of the SOE. Madam Speaker, we are undertaking a comprehensive approach to national security that will ensure the country's ability to face the threat to our nation, tackle crime and violence, transform the JCF and the JDF, and build the capacity and capability of our security forces. We cannot allow the country to further descend into brutality and apathy to violence. We should always look at our region. And there are two examples that I recommend to all parliamentarians. If you look to the north of us and you look at what is happening in Haiti, Haiti has had a long-standing problem, centuries old. But now you're seeing not what is called a militia taking over. The terminology is a gang. So it's a criminally connected organization that probably has connections with various elites in the society that is taking control over an area and exercising sovereignty. Does that sound familiar? So they are at a clearly extreme extent of the problem. But you could look at El Salvador. Similar problem. Well-organized gangs. At one point in time, the state had to negotiate with them to bring murders down. That fell apart. The new president decided that he had to implement a state of public emergency. The problem is not unique. You have various degrees of it right throughout the Caribbean. Trinidad, St. Lucia, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Bahamas, Turks and Caicos. We have a real threat, leader of the opposition. And the more we dither, and the more we quibble, and the more we seek to get political gains on it, the bigger the threat grows. Madam Speaker, there are two strategies. Well, there are several strategies to prosecute a war. I mean, one strategy is to try and defeat the enemy by just totally annihilating them. Another strategy is to incorporate them. You can flip that strategy and say, well, another way to win is to share the victory. Because the enemy who incorporated didn't annihilate him, and he claims victory. I'm saying a strategy of war. So you should read Sun Tzu's book. Good. Right. So, Madam Speaker, in this House, we are competitive politically. We are not enemies. We come from different perspectives and we pursue the perspectives legitimately. But it doesn't mean that our politics is not so mature that we cannot find common ground in the common interest of the people. It doesn't mean that on some things we put aside and say, this space, all right, we're not going to contest it. We're going to cooperate. Madam Speaker, competition does not solve everything. Cooperation is also a function of good living. Some things you have to cooperate on, other things you compete on. And I'm saying, Madam Speaker, I'm urging the opposition to cooperate. We started a process. Let me read it. The CMOC, because, sometimes we have been accused, we don't participate, we don't cooperate, we haven't sent anything to the opposition, we haven't said anything. Not quite true. We did attempt to come to a common ground in CMOC. And this was what we partially hammered out. We will support the use of the military as permitted by law in geographic areas where the homicide rate is above 32 per 100,000, which we are at now. And by the way, this agreement is when the homicide rate is twice the regional average. Where the level of violence supersedes the capacity of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Well, it's clear. If you have 1,360 or 1,400 murders and you can only resolve 700-800 of them, you're way over capacity. Nobody argues that point, that the crime is over and above the capacity of the JCF alone to handle. That is why we have always had deployments of soldiers out there. And every time there is a problem, the same people who oppose, who vehemently in this House oppose the SOE, they come to you privately and say, what happened? Send some soldiers. Say, what happened? They call the police all the time, they call the soldiers. Madam Speaker, it is written there that we will support the use of the military as permitted by law in geographic areas where the homicide rate is above 32 per 100,000. Where the level of violence supersedes the capacity of the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and the Commissioner of Police, along with the Chief of Defence Force, agrees that it is necessary. We acknowledge that there should be sustained public engagement on the use of such an intervention. Now, they didn't say state of emergency, but everything that has been written here is clear that they were talking about. Well, let's go to the other line. Let's go to another line. The other paragraph, the other paragraph says, in these instances where tribunals are required, in these instances where tribunals are required. Listen, I think the case has been made here. I want the Jamaican people to see my heart. And I've never been afraid to expose my heart and my love and my commitment to protect the innocent people of this country. That this administration is doing everything possible within the law and within the resources that we have. But the law as it is structured requires the support of the opposition. And I stand here asking the leader of the opposition to support the extension of the state of public emergency. Madam Speaker, it is in this context that I am bringing the Emergency Powers Continuance Resolution to this Honourable House to have the states of public emergency and the emergency powers regulations remain in force until January 14, 2023. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Outstanding.
Let's go to the vote. Go to the vote. Just go. They're not speaking. Go to the vote.
Turn off the mic. Read.
Members, the member is on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the Prime Minister on his very animated performance this evening, and I think it was worthy of an Academy Award. Like all of us in here, all parliamentarians, in fact, I have sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of Jamaica. That's an oath each one of us takes when we enter this chamber for the first time or when we're re-elected. I take that oath seriously, as the Constitution is the ultimate safeguard of the fundamental rights and freedoms of the Jamaican people against legislative or executive excesses which would abridge, abrogate, or otherwise diminish those fundamental rights and freedoms. What is the role of the state of emergency, the SOE, under the Constitution? Section 20, subsection 2b, contemplates a situation where action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or the substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. When this was enacted in 2011, Jamaica had been experiencing high levels of violent crime for decades. And it was never contemplated, despite what the Prime Minister has attempted to say this evening, it was never contemplated that the SOE procedure would become a routine crime-fighting tool to address this chronic problem. Indeed, had that been contemplated, our country could and probably would have been under a constant SOE for the last 20 years or more. That was never discussed, never contemplated by Parliament when it developed the Charter of Rights under the PNP government and enacted it into law by way of bipartisan constitutional amendment under the Jamaica Labour Party government in 2011. To the contrary, the SOE procedure is the last line of defense to protect the state against subversion of the constitutional order of democratic governance. There is nothing routine about it. It is not permitted as a crime-fighting tool. It is a serious invasion on the established basic human rights constitutionally guaranteed to all Jamaicans. It is a procedure which suspends procedural safeguards of due process via access to the courts. It allows anyone to be detained without charge for prolonged periods at the instance of a police officer or a soldier. And I know the public health analogy that the Prime Minister raised, and which got an ovational support from his colleagues on that side. And I would say to that, if murder is a public health crisis, that's a fair way of categorizing it. I wouldn't object to that categorization. Crime is a public health, or can be treated as a public health matter. But we don't respond to public health crises by unconstitutional measures. We responded to it effectively by ordinary legislation, the Quarantine Act, the Disaster Risk Management Act. We went through the worst pandemic in 100 years without resort to states of emergency or attempts to violate constitutional norms. So that analogy is flawed when you're discussing whether or not a state of emergency is an appropriate approach to the problem that we have. The consistent use or regular use of the SOE as a crime-fighting tool from 2017 has, in my opinion, been a subversion of our constitutional order, which I do not support, as it is inconsistent with my parliamentary oath. The opposition received a legal opinion from a most eminent and respected source in 2019 that supports that conclusion. Two separate cases have seriously questioned the constitutional legitimacy of the post-2017 use of SOEs. In one of those cases, the Supreme Court freed the detained men and made judicial comments supporting the view that this use of the SOE procedure is unconstitutional. In the other case, the Constitutional Court ruled that several provisions in the SOE regulations violated the Constitution. Both cases have been appealed by the government, but the appeals have not been heard, despite this being a matter of utmost constitutional importance. So, as it stands today, the courts have cast doubt on the constitutionality of the government's use of the SOE procedure. And in that context, it is, in my view, highly inappropriate and a disregard for the cardinal constitutional principle of respecting the separation of powers among the three branches of the state: the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive, for the government to be continuing to use the SOE procedure in this way. The last use of the SOE procedure by the government before this current one here was in June this year in parts of St. Catherine. That SOE was declared, I think it was on the same day as the Constitutional Court handed down its judgment that the SOE regulations were unlawful. A revised draft of the regulations was hastily prepared, and we on this side requested the opportunity to review that draft before being asked to vote on an extension of that SOE. Our review of the draft regulations led to me submitting detailed comments on that draft, pointing out numerous defects in it. A meeting was subsequently held between three representatives from the leadership of the government and the leadership of the opposition, in which the opposition representatives were told that the government had largely accepted the comments that we had provided on the draft regulations. However, no revised version of the SOE regulations was produced or shared with the opposition, and the government instead decided not to seek an extension of that SOE after the expiration of the 14-day initial period. We were not and have not been shown a revised draft of the SOE regulations or invited to make comments on the regulations for this current SOE, despite the government being aware that states of emergency cannot be extended beyond the 14-day period without bipartisan support. So when you call on me and call on the opposition to come on board, don't treat us in that disrespectful, disregarding way. In fact, on Friday the 11th of November, that is before these states of emergency were declared, Friday the 11th, after the Prime Minister had alerted me behind the Speaker's chair on the Tuesday before that he was considering an SOE, I asked the relevant minister, who I do not see in this chamber this evening, to let me see the proposed SOE regulations. And I was told by her that they were still being worked on. I sent follow-up messages on subsequent days and received a similar response. The SOEs were declared on Tuesday, the 15th November, and I had still not been sent the regulations. In fact, I was not sent them until Thursday, the 17th of November, 2 days after the SOEs had come into effect. Similarly, from the date that the SOEs were declared, that Tuesday, the 15th, I asked the minister who were the persons that were going to constitute the two tribunals for those two SOEs. She was unable to provide me those names at that time and did not do so again until Thursday, 2 days later, Thursday the 17th. In the case of the SOEs and the appointments of the tribunals, they were, of course, gazetted and backdated to the 15th, which is the date they were declared. That situation is in itself highly irregular. It means that for 2 days, while the SOEs were in force, persons were being subject to detention, there was no legal regime in place to govern the powers being exercised by the security forces. And there was no SOE tribunal in place either. In fact, the areas within the SOEs were in a legal vacuum for those 2 days. Furthermore, the SOE regulations and the SOE tribunals were finalized and gazetted with no consultation or input from the opposition, despite the fact that the earlier draft had been critiqued by the opposition and we had not seen a revised version thereafter. As I've said, such regard, or disregard I should say, such disregard for the views of the opposition is certainly not how to achieve consensus and bipartisan support on important matters of state. I have reviewed these SOE regulations that were tabled here today, and I continue to have issues about them that need to be addressed, and I'm going to mention a few of them. Firstly, the SOE Tribunal's powers under paragraph 38(12) is to make findings requiring the competent authority to give directions as to whether to preserve, vary, or revoke detention orders. But if someone is detained under paragraph 33 of those regulations, there is no detention order. Paragraph 33 does not provide for detention orders. This means that paragraph 38(12) is, in my view, defective as a procedural safeguard in the case of detentions under paragraph 33. Secondly, if the tribunal rules in favor of preserving the detention, a person detained under paragraph 33 does not appear to have access to the court under the regulations for the entire remaining duration of the SOE. Once the tribunal has ruled, access to the court is not provided. Thirdly, if a person is detained, who determines whether his or her detention is under paragraph 33 or the other detention provision, which is paragraph 30, subsection 1? Two separate and quite different legal regimes are triggered, depending on which provision the person is detained under. But in many cases, the detention could have arisen under either provision. It is not clear how you know as a detainee which procedure you must follow. Fourthly, the regulations are silent as to the mechanism by which a detainee would be able to pursue his or her right to make an objection under paragraph 38(9)(a), and also as to how the tribunal is to be made aware of all the persons who have been detained, so that the tribunal can exercise its responsibility to review each detention under paragraph 38(9)(b). In practical terms, these gaps weaken the procedural safeguards of these regulations. I also have issues to do with the unnecessarily intrusive powers given to any police officer or any soldier in a SOE area, non-compliance with which is a criminal offense under paragraph 42. The offending provisions include paragraph 29, which requires answers to be provided to any questions a police officer or soldier may put to someone in an SOE area. Paragraph 26, which would require a spouse, a parent, or a child to inform a police officer or soldier of any contravention of the regulations by their loved ones. Paragraph 30, subparagraph 4, which allows, and I quote, photographs, descriptions, measurements, and fingerprints under the Fingerprints Act and the DNA Evidence Act to be taken from anyone who has been detained without charge under an SOE, and there is no provision for that private biometric information to be destroyed in the event that the detainee is subsequently released without charge. So they have their biometric information permanently kept. There's no provision for its release, even if they have just been detained and are released and never charged for anything. And furthermore, paragraph 31(b) makes it an offense punishable by a sentence of imprisonment to use abusive language. Abusive language. I don't know. In the absence of consultation, I would not be able to bring myself to support these regulations in their current form. And my objections are in the context of serious concerns as to the behavior of the soldiers in particular under the current SOEs. More generally, in my constituency, residents have been complaining about soldiers roughing up persons in their communities, running into residents' homes for no good reason, and no explanation given. More specifically, I have already had to report to INDECOM and/or the Chief of Defense Staff of the JDF 3 separate incidents of abuse in the past week conducted by soldiers dealing with residents. two of which occurred in my constituency, and one of which occurred in West Kingston. In two of these cases, the young men were beaten up by the soldiers. And in the third case, a young Christian student who I've been supporting through college was arbitrarily detained. In each circumstance, suggestive that there was no sound justification for it. And then yesterday, there was the incident of the young man in central Kingston being shot dead by soldiers. And there's a video in circulation suggestive of the circumstances of that. I don't want to get into it, other than to say it gives me grave concern that this could be happening. And the community there is understandably up in arms about that killing. I have been told that the current SOEs will not be another net fishing exercise, but rather are intended to target known violence producers. I've been told that. However, the data thus far doesn't support that view. Up to yesterday, 335 persons had been detained, of which 287 were later released, 35 remaining in detention. That suggests that 85% of the persons who have been detained were detained for no sound basis. That is an example to me of net fishing. Furthermore, it has long been agreed that legislation is to be developed to facilitate effective spear fishing for violence producers. That has long been agreed, so that they can be taken off the streets and the communities protected from them. That legislation has in the past been referred to as the Enhanced Security Measures Bill. It has been pending for over 3 years. Over 3 years, and Prime Minister, I don't know what you're talking about, saying that we disagreed with something and that has delayed it. I don't believe that to be true. It has been pending for over 3 years, despite being an absolute priority. It is a deliverable of the government to CMOC under the agreement creating CMOC, and it is long overdue and remains outstanding. It has not been brought to Parliament all now, and I have not seen even a draft of it for several years now. This is mismanagement and negligence of the highest order. Violent crime is the greatest problem facing our country. It is sapping the will of the people, draining us of hope for the future. People are living in fear. But this legislative tool, which is to provide a legal procedure to enable violence producers to be detained and effectively dealt with by law, has been dragged out for years, and the government is instead, again, resorting to yet another SOE as an interim measure because of its rank inefficiency and tardiness. This is an unacceptable dereliction of duty by this government. Your government must do its job, Prime Minister. Do your job. I am willing to assist you to have that bill finalized and tabled in Parliament before Christmas. I am willing to put in the hours to help you get it done, since you obviously can't do it yourselves with the required speed. Jamaica cannot wait for this any longer. In the meantime, I cannot support the extension of the SOEs beyond 14 days. The society has grown tired of the SOEs. It is a monodimensional response which brings no lasting benefits in crime reduction. Their use since 2017 by your government has not prevented Jamaica's murder rate being among the highest in the world. And SOEs are not a legitimate solution to our chronic problem of violent crime. Where there are hotspots and flare-ups, the existing laws allow the JDF to deploy soldiers in support of police to quell violence and restore order. The military can and has for years been used in support of policing in this country. It does not require SOEs for that to happen. It has been used effectively in many instances in the past. The underutilized ZOZO legislation has not been allowed to have a national impact by this government. because of its narrow vision, which has accompanied its implementation, where it has only been used in a handful of small communities. The SOEs will do nothing to address the problem of our exported gangsters directing and funding reprisals and mayhem in communities here in Jamaica from overseas. Last Sunday, the Prime Minister said that the government would be addressing that serious contributor to our national security crisis. It needs to be addressed. Absolutely. But no specific measures were outlined by him as to how he will do this. I suggest that we use intelligence in collaboration with our international partners to build cases such as conspiracy to murder and other accessory liability in tandem with our extradition laws to bring them to justice here. I'm going to say it again. Build cases against them using intelligence in tandem with our international partners, using laws such as conspiracy to murder and other accessory criminal liability, along with our extradition laws to bring them to justice here. There is no alternative to effective intelligence-driven police work, supported by creative legal minds to direct successful case preparation that leads to successful prosecutions. That's the only way it can be done. On the other hand, programs like Unite for Change and institutions like the Peace Management Initiative, flawed though it may have become, but effective as it was for many years, and efforts to forge partnerships among the churches, police youth clubs, and other civic organizations to reduce tensions and to solve conflicts in communities have been abandoned by this government. It is those approaches which led to Augustown not having a single murder in 2016, and in 2015 having only one murder. Unfortunately, they were not sustained, and those gains have been lost. We need to go back to a holistic vision of healing broken relationships and mobilizing civic action to reduce violence in volatile communities. Deepen the rollout of restorative justice in communities and in schools. Build self-awareness and self-pride in our people by teaching the philosophy of our national hero, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, in schools. Focus resources of the state on human development, especially among children and youth. Heavily promote wholesome values and attitudes, and provide support to strengthen family life. Madam Speaker, the theme for the upcoming National Leadership Prayer Breakfast will be, and I quote, strengthening communities through peace, justice, and forgiveness. I commend that theme to the government as a guide to the policies, legislation, and programs that can move our country forward to a better place and a brighter future. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my birthday.
Madam Speaker, there are a few points I wish to respond to. For the Leader of the Opposition's presentation. First, the Leader of the Opposition is contending that the use of the SOE as a crime-fighting tool is inconsistent with the Constitution. Madam Speaker, my research would have shown that the very first SOE called in this country was as a response to a spike in crime and escalation. And almost all of them subsequent to that was on fighting crime. No, colleagues, please, 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 please. Madam Speaker, please take charge of the House.
Members on both sides of the aisle, we have been descending to a low that we need to bring the level right up now. And furthermore, whenever anybody is on their feet, the Prime Minister is on his feet, I expect all of us from either side of the aisle to show the respect that is due to him.
Could I just say, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has an urgent matter to deal with, and he has really apologized for that.
Members, I want to confirm that the Leader of the Opposition just approached the bench, and he explained he has a family emergency. And I want us to respect also the fact that family must come first for us all. Yes, that is what he conveyed to me a moment ago.
Madam Speaker, I sincerely hope that the Leader of the Opposition's family is safe and secure. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition posited that the use of emergency powers to counteract escalating crime is inconsistent with its provision in the Constitution. But, Madam Speaker, he would have to reconcile that almost all the SOEs that have been declared in Jamaica from 1963, 66, all of them have had as the pretext crime. The other position raised by the Leader of the Opposition is that to use it routinely over and over again for an extended period of time would be inconsistent with the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the 1976 state of public emergency was for 377 days. No, I'm the Leader of the Opposition, Madam Speaker.
Hold on. Members, I just said,
Madam Speaker,
when the Prime Minister is on his feet, allow him to speak. If you speak while he's speaking, we can't hear.
No, Madam Speaker, I'm making a point because, Madam Speaker, the fact is that these powers were used, and they were used to fight crime, and they were used routinely, and in fact they were used island-wide. 1976, island-wide. Hold on. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to debunk those two arguments. The third argument of the Leader of the Opposition is that the Constitution is the ultimate protection for everyone's rights. It's the ultimate safeguard. Madam Speaker, under the 76 state of public emergency, unsigned detention orders were used. Hold on. That were used to take away people's rights. It had such an impact on the Jamaica Labour Party because, a large number of its members, their rights were taken away. And it formed our opinion. And therefore we led the charge in changing the constitutional arrangements around how state of public emergencies were used. We did that. So that hold on. We're not going back. The argument that is being made are false arguments. Now, the ultimate protection is how the Parliament works to strengthen the Constitution, to make the Constitution fit for purpose, to address the challenges that we have in this country. the leader of the opposition made his response, and he never once spoke about saving a life. Not once. That is not his concern. The Constitution is a guarantee to save lives, and we must constantly work to perfect it so that it can save lives. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition raises concerns about procedural issues, documentation issues, and issues which are of his perspective, his view on it, as to what should be the standard of authority given in an SOE. Should a soldier have powers to treat with someone who is using threatening and abusive language, for example? But the truth is that the law, even outside of the state of public emergency, gives power to an authorized security personnel to treat with it. So he's saying it shouldn't be. I mean, that's his perspective, so we would disagree. But we would be willing to debate the point were he here. But the point I'm making is that his objections to the regulations doesn't mean that the regulations don't meet the constitutional standards. It doesn't mean that the regulations Madam Speaker, the other point that we should note is that the leader of the opposition insinuated that a very important entity in our legal system, the printing services, the gazetting of our legal documents, did something that was, it almost comes down to being immoral. He alleged that the printing services backdated the Gazette. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition had an emergency where he had to take actions to depart this house. Had an emergency, he's not here now. But, Madam Speaker, the allegation he made in this house still stands against the printing service. Madam Speaker, I would urge that at our next sitting, when the leader of the opposition is present, he clarifies the comment, and if he does not have the evidence of it, he should withdraw it. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition was making the point that, and I've made it here, he denied it, but he went ahead and made the point nonetheless by saying that when the PNP crafted the Charter of Rights and the Jamaica Labour Party carried it through in 2011, that the level of crime was already high. And the crafting of the Charter of Rights and the specific use of the SOEs was not crafted. The SOEs were not crafted, that's his point, to be used as a crime-fighting tool. No. His argument was that the SOEs in their recrafted version, with murders being over 1,000, that was not the contemplation. No, that's what he said. Not as a routine tool, he said it was not a contemplation. Now, Madam Speaker, that is the challenge. Because all the uses of the SOEs subsequent were to address that. And governments found it necessary to use it. Madam Speaker, Jamaica is not the only country that recognizes the clear and present existential threat of gangs and the need to be able to develop new laws and use existing emergency powers to treat with the situation. And Madam Speaker, there are other countries that face other threats. Terrorism, for example, in free and democratic countries that have imposed states of public emergency for up to as long as 2 years. Madam Speaker, so this argument that the use of a state of public emergency in a free and democratic country is inconsistent. This argument that our Constitution didn't contemplate it, in my opinion, my humble opinion, Madam Speaker, is nonsense. The authority to use the emergency powers to protect life, to protect property, and to protect public order and public good is there. The regulations around it to ensure that it is not abused, I agree wholeheartedly. We must work as hard as we can to refine those regulations so that unnecessary powers are not given in situations where it is not required. We totally support that. But I totally reject the argument that the state is impotent to act to preserve life, particularly where its normal resources are not able to treat with the problem at hand. Madam Speaker, I close by saying that the existence of over 1,000 murders per year, we have gone as high as 1,600 murders per year, is undoubtedly, demonstrably, the evidence of justification for the use of these emergency powers in our free and democratic society. Madam Speaker, if a free and democratic society like ours is experiencing a murder rate of 40 per 100,000, that is a threat to our freedom and our democracy. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that the closing of the Leader of the Opposition's presentation regarding all the social support that we need to give, we have been doing that all along. But, Madam Speaker, there is a particular criminal who is hiding out in the hills of East Rural St. Andrew. I'm not going to call it a name, but he's all over. I want the Leader of the Opposition to meet him and have a prayer meeting with him. There are certain practical things, Madam Speaker, that we have to deal with. Certain practical things that there are hardened criminals, and those are the ones that we are treating with. Those are the ones that we are dealing with. They don't want to hear anything about community development. They don't want to hear anything about training, and they have no interest in that. We, Madam Speaker, need to be able to respond effectively and practically to the immediate threat. It doesn't take away from the need for social intervention. It doesn't take away the need for restorative justice. It doesn't take away from the need for more training and education. But there is also a need for the government to be able to respond to the emergency, the immediate problem of men with guns who are barbaric, who are killing our women and our children. We need to put an end to that. So I urge this House, Madam Speaker, to pass the extension of the state of public emergency to the 14th of January 2023.
Madam Speaker, may my understanding was when the Prime Minister got up to speak this time, I understand he wanted the opposite leader of opposition had said some things to which he wanted to respond immediately to. I indicated, and I'm prepared and want to say something on this matter. So,
member, I'm going to.
So you're going to ask me to vote?
Member.
On it? You're going to ask me to vote on it?
Member, my ruling is that the Prime Minister has closed this debate. And I'm going to go further to say that a member from the opposition indicated that they wanted to speak, and I said, no, he has closed. I then called the leader of the opposition business, and we both conferred on the matter, and your leader of the opposition business has agreed with me, as is correct, that he has closed the debate. And when it is that I make a ruling as the Speaker, and the response from your member is to pick up our bag and walk out in that way, I want you to understand. No, hold a minute. I want you to understand that when she does that, it is as disrespectful as the comments that people on her side have complained about on the other. And I want to say that my rulings are fair and always the interest of the country comes first. And if that is going to be her behavior, it is not going to be accepted.
Madam Speaker, I think your ruling is eminent and your comments are absolutely apropos. But in the context of the member, I would recommend, Madam Speaker, that to allow the member from Western St. Andrew to make his contribution.
And can I say something? I have been asked in this House before, when persons in the Parliament speak, and I have given exact time to some, and from the same side I have given, and your leader has asked, but how could that be? And I said, attitude accounts for a lot of things. It takes us a far way. And I want to remind this Parliament that the country and our children, and this evening, all of Jamaica is listening because this is an important matter. And just because there's a ruling that says the Prime Minister has closed, and I conferred with your leader of the opposition, that is a response. It is very poor. But I will say I have always had regard from the member from St. Andrew, Western, and I am sure this Parliament, in the vein of how he has always conducted himself in this Parliament, will allow him to make the contribution that he's making.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the members for their indulgence on this matter. Madam Speaker, this has been, for all the years that I've been in this House, this issue has been for me the most difficult issue because there's nothing simple about this issue. It is true people's lives are at stake. None of us can be happy or satisfied with the state of affairs in this country. None of us. And so the question has to be, what then are the set of measures that we together, all of us, because in this matter, because it touches on a constitutional issue, that the opposition has its responsibility and its role in this matter, and the Constitution is so designed. So this is not, for me, and I don't think anyone on this side, a trivial matter. Madam Speaker, the records will show that some of us on this side, there are others, persons that were used from the very beginning, there are others that were very clear that it's a constitutional breach. Some of us who had our concerns nevertheless said, look, this is an issue in which the government has to be given some latitude to react and to deal with. On this question, I have never voted, to date, I've never voted against a resolution for a reason. Not because I didn't have concern, I have. And on every opportunity I've gotten up, I've spoken to those concerns. I've spoken to those concerns on every occasion. Part of it recognizing that, firstly, that until the court is the final arbiter as to the constitutionality of any matter, we can have our views institutionally, collectively, individually. But until the court speaks to the constitutionality of the matter, it's open for debate. And it's one of the reasons I didn't take the position that it was unconstitutional. But the court, there have been two rulings on the matter. And the rulings, they are subject to appeal, and they are being appealed. I would have liked to have seen, and my own view is that if this matter, given the urgency of the situation that we're all faced with, all of us, that this matter can and should and ought to be more aggressively pursued in the courts to come to a final position, even in a court of appeals. It regrettably has not been addressed with any finality. The government, in the meantime, says, given the situation, the urgency of the situation, it wants to continue to use the SOEs. No. It is what we have to look at them. And I thought that the approach at consensus it recommends itself, this situation recommends itself to a consensus approach on the matter. However, I must tell you, I am concerned that I'm aware that the question was being asked of the Minister of Constitutional Affairs about the regulations. I personally was surprised when I heard that the regulations were already gazetted. The previous effort, I think it was in June, there was an attempt to come to some understanding around the regulation. Again, I encourage that. I thought that was sensible and that was commendable. That the government chose not to proceed then is just an indication to me, and I hoped that it was an indication that this was an approach that would be taken on this critical an issue. So when I heard that this was gazetted, and it now left us to take a look at it to see whether we had serious concerns about it. That's not the approach I would have taken, quite honestly, Prime Minister. That's not the approach. Anyway, the point I'm making here, I want to make is this, that for those of us who has given some latitude and said, look, on this issue, until the courts clarify the situation, let us raise our concern, but give tacit support to make sure that this issue it doesn't become a political issue and a partisan issue, but that it is a national issue, a crisis. In my own constituency, and I tell you the frustration that I feel, in my own constituency, every time I've spoken, I've said to the Minister of Justice, look, we accept that Zozo can't be nationalized for all kinds of reasons, but there are some small measures that can be taken, and he agrees, but nothing happens. Nothing happens. And I'm saying, every time I see the Minister, I write him, I joke with him, I see him, I say, Minister, what happened? We just do it, nothing happens. And we are left to believe, and I don't know who else in the House is speaking to the Minister in this way and saying, look, we can do some little things to save some people. Because, Prime Minister, we can save lives in many, many different ways. And I agree, life is important and is sacred. But I'm saying to you that the question is, what we're talking about, the different, I wouldn't have used the analogy of the medical health situation. You know why? Because in that situation, that's a factual forensic situation that can be dealt with easily. What can do it when someone commits a crime and someone is charged with a crime? The due process to determine whether the person is guilty or not is absolutely crucial, unless he admits it and said, look, I did it and this is the reason. So the due process has to hold, because that's the only way ultimately we're going to be able to determine, is this person even committed the crime or not? So that's crucial, and the Constitution gives some safeguards in that regard. So I'm just...
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for yielding. It's just on a point of information. Even under the SOE, due process is not suspended. There may be a different form or a different standard. Even with the Disaster Risk Management Act or under the Quarantine Act, you have a different ability as the state to respond immediately. In other words, the Quarantine Act or under the DRMA, the state was given the powers to have people quarantined even without evidence of infection. In other words, remember at one point in time, once you arrived in the country, you had to be quarantined. In other words, there is an acknowledgement that there may be situations which require the state to act to protect the lives of the general populace. That was the point I was making. It was not an attempt to reduce murder, other such serious crimes in a comparison with quarantine.
Thanks for that clarification, Prime Minister. So, Prime Minister, my disappointment about the way in which this has gone is that it isn't the case that they are not, and I believe everybody on this side is saying, look, this thing is we have to find a solution. The question is, what is the right set of measures? What is the balance, as you put it, that needs to be struck? And we have to find that balance, and the only way to do that is through genuine dialogue. This thing on the political platform that politicizes this particular issue, I find regrettable, personally. I personally find it regrettable, because I agree that we can't, this is not a state of affairs that I want to have continued, and I hope anybody inside here wants to have continued. We have to find the solution. And I would have loved to see that how we conclude today is to say, look, if there are genuine concerns about the regulations and about the temporary nature of it, let us have some dialogue. I would have loved to see it before the regulation become gazetted. But unfortunately, it's not the case. And Prime Minister, you have the numbers. You'll get through whatever legislation you want to get through. But that can't be the ultimate test of sustainability. Cannot be the ultimate test of sustainability. Thank you.
I think, you know, look, the leader of the opposition pointed out that when we were considering the SOEs, as is our customary practice in the House, that we have a little conference behind the Speaker's chair. And I did point out to him that I was considering. At that time, we had not made a decision. I did say to him that we are looking at his strategy of putting more boots on the ground, particularly for Christmas, and that strategy is still in train and will still be used. We will bring out 300 more recruits. Well, they will be graduating policemen, there will be constables at that time. But you know, our view of the situation when the security chiefs look at it was that there still needed to be something greater. Otherwise, you will continue to see an escalation. In Christmas, it is likely that there will be an escalation. We have seen that now as a trend for the last few years. Whether it is accusatory crimes, whether it is people behaving badly at parties, whatever it is, you will see an increase. And then what really sparked our fear and concern was that right across what we call the Southern Crescent, including the constituency of the leader of the opposition, we saw gang wars breaking out. And we saw police officers being killed in the area. It became for us a matter of serious concern that we could see an escalation. In fact, that we were seeing an escalation and that we had to act. So I gave him notice that we were considering it. And when we decided to do it, we immediately started to prepare the regulations. The minister with responsibility for legal and constitutional affairs was not the minister taking charge of those regulations. So he may have reached out to the minister, but he should have reached out to the Minister of Justice or the Attorney General's department. But as soon as we were informed of the request and the regulations were at a stage where they could be shared, they were shared with the leader of the opposition. My final point on this matter, member, and I appreciate the sincerity of your presentation. The matters here that we are discussing about saving lives, respectfully, would weigh more in my balance, in my scale, than on the issues of trying to perfect the form. I mean, that is the definition of urgency. So if we did meet the time that you would have liked it, would that be enough not to support the SOE? If we didn't agree with your perspective on what powers should be given, would that be enough not to support the SOE? My view is that I think not. And I think that I'm a little bit disappointed. But, you know, my expectations are as they have been. And I say, member, nevertheless, I'm still always optimistic, and I still look forward to the support of the opposition in the Senate. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, as I close the debate on this motion, I then ask that it be approved.
Madam Clerk. Members, the question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? And there.
Mr. Bartlett? Mr. Brown? Dr. Brown-Burke? Dr. Chang? Dr. Charles?
We have everybody here.
Mr. Charles? Mr. Chin? Mr. Chuck? Mr. Clark? Dr. Clark? Mr. Cousins? Ms. Crawford? Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn? Ms. Daly? Mr. Davis? Ms. Davis? Dr. Dunn? Mr. Golding? Mr. Graham? Ms. Grange? Mr. Green? Dr. Guy? Ms. Hamilton? Ms. Hannah? Mr. Henriquez? Mr. Henry? Mr. Holness?
Aye.
Mrs. Holness?
Aye.
Mr. Hutchinson? Mr. Hilton? Mr. Jackson? Mr. Lawrence? Miss Lee? Mrs. Malawi Fort? Mr. Main? Mr. McKenzie? Mr. Miller? Miss Morrison? Mr. Montague? Mr. Morgan? Mrs. Nita Garvey? Mr. Paulwell?
Who stay will be voting aye.
Mr. Phillips? Dr. Phillips? Mr. Robertson? Mr. Robinson? Mr. Samuda? Mr. Shaw? Mr. Siblist? Mr. Slowly? Miss Smith? Mr. Terrelong? Dr. Tufton? Mr. Vaz? Mrs. Vaz? Mr. Warmington? Dr. Wheatley? Mr. Williams? Mrs. Williams? Mr. Wilson? Mr. Witter? Mr. Wright? Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Disgraceful. They don't want to save a life.
No. You can't say the opposition didn't vote with us.
No. They all have close protection officers. That's why they are safe inside the here. They don't give a hoot about the people outside who are being killed. They don't give nothing about them because they are police.
Really, members, I'm asking us to conduct ourselves in a parliamentary fashion, please.
But I'm not encouraging what I'm saying. I'm correct.
I'm upset.
After the gavel,
All right.
then you can go and post them. But not while the minutes is up. No, I don't support this bad behavior in Parliament.
Members, members, the vote that was taken was passed in the affirmative. 44 members.
Governor.